Use 10s, codes for kids.
You're watching ESPN on ABC.
They call it the granddaddy of them all. It's the bowl against which all bowls are measured. It has pomp and pageantry. It has history and tradition.
Mike Williams throws to Leonard, touchdown. Look out. Might go for 6. He's got the speed. He's going for the corner. He's got it.
This year's matchup is a stirring clash of styles. It's ultra-conservative.
Touchdown, Penn State.
Versus uber flashy.
Touchdown, USC.
Living legend versus rising star. It's Big Ten versus Pac-10. Penn State versus USC. This is the Rose Bowl. Once a year they wait here on the West Coast, and once a year they come from the Midwest. And they come for the granddaddy of them all. This is the 95th Rose Bowl game presented by Citi. Penn State will take on USC in a highly anticipated matchup. And welcome to Pasadena, everyone. I'm John Saunders alongside of my partners, Greg James and Doug Flutie. There's one thing we all, well, not all of us. Some of us love the BCS. I know I like the BCS. But there's one thing that we know at the start of every year, that the Rose Bowl is going to have a traditional Pac-10, Big Ten matchup, and it's going to be great.
It's usually been a great game. You know, it's one of those games you get to come out and watch USC play and how good they are and how powerful they are. You know, if I had a pregame speech right now and Joe Paterno said, talk to my ball club, I'd say, hey, fellas, know this. USC's been playing with their hair on fire since they got beat by Oregon State. You better be ready when you walk into this Coliseum. This is a home game for USC. That's the one thing that I've learned about the Rose Bowl. It's a home game for sure for the Pac-10, especially USC.
I think everybody's waiting to see Penn State match up with USC. USC plays their best football in the Rose Bowl. They are as good as they can be in this game. They usually have that 1 or 2 down weeks during the season, but not when it comes to the Rose Bowl. Can Penn State match up?
And can Penn State specifically hang in there early in the game and withstand that initial blow?
It's going to be a great matchup just the same. Let's take a look at the ESPNU All-State standings. And as you can see, both of these two teams ranked in the top 10. USC at one point was ranked number 1 in the nation this year, and Penn State ranked number 8, but both took different routes to the Roses. Out in Happy Valley, the roar returned for Joe Pa's Nittany Lions. Behind first-year starter Darrell Clark, Penn State has an explosive and balanced attack that averages over 40 points per game. Their domination of Oregon State was a highlight of their 8-0 start, but the undefeated Nittany Lions were relatively untested, heading into their showdown with the defending Big Ten champs, Ohio State.
Breyer steps up, waits, long time, throws it deep downfield in the end zone, and it's intercepted, and the Nittany Lions go into Columbus and come up with the big plays in the fourth quarter.
After a bye week, Texas Tech jumped over Penn State, who remained third in the BCS.
Is it the BCS or the BSC? I don't know. They do what they're going to do. I'm telling you what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about Iowa. Period.
Here's the spot, the snap, the kick is on the way, and it's through! Iowa beat Penn State.
Down but not out, the Nittany Lions rebounded by blowing out Michigan State.
Clark back, pump fakes, he wants the end zone, it's Derek Williams, makes the catch, touchdown, Penn State! The Nittany Lions win the 800th game in school history, and in the process win the Big Ten championship for the second time.
The USC Trojans arrive in Pasadena with a defense that's been an unyielding force of nature, allowing less than 8 points per game. Led by Pac-10 Defensive Player of the Year, Ray Maualuga, the Trojans ranked number 1 in nearly every major defensive category. USC started their season with a blowout win over Virginia, which moved them to the top of the polls. In Week 2, the number 1 Trojans hosted 5th-ranked Ohio State in a much-hyped affair.
Picked up by Maualuga. He's got the ball at the 40, down the sideline to the 20-yard line, still on his feet.
for the mighty Trojans was underrated Oregon State.
Touchdown, Beavers! It's the Beavers 27, number 1 USC 21.
After that devastating loss, USC was unnerved but not undone. From that point on, the offense was on the mark as Sanchez and company put up almost 43 points per game.
Play action for Sanchez. Winds, throws, end zone. Touchdown, USC!
Meanwhile, their bruising defense punished opponents, recording 3 shutouts in their next 4 games on their way to 8 straight wins.
Trojans have won the Pac-10 championship outright. It is their 7th straight. 7 straight BCS bowls, 7 straight 11-win seasons.
Well, we can look at the numbers to see these two teams are evenly matched. But as we look at the numbers, I ask you guys the question, how do you account for the fact that they did have a common opponent in Oregon State? Penn State absolutely annihilated Oregon State, and Oregon State knocked USC out of the number 1 ranking in the nation.
Means absolutely nothing. If you start comparing and looking at that game, trying to figure out what's going to happen in this game here, you're an idiot. And I know you're a smart guy, John.
You are looking live at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California, site of a holiday tradition that's brightened the new year for over a century. And on a beautiful sunny Southern California afternoon, we welcome you to the Rose Bowl game presented by Citi. On tap, the Penn State Nittany Lions, proud and powerful champions of the Big Ten, face off against the team that has simply owned this Rose Bowl in recent years, the USC Trojans, champions of the Pac-10. Happy New Year, everybody. With Kirk Street, I'm Brent Musburger. Pleasure to have you along with us. And you know, Herbie, you and I were down on the field a little bit earlier. There is just something special about this venue.
You know, we live in an era where the BCS is the hot debate throughout the year. And every year, you and I and our crew and walk out here on January 1st. To me, there's nothing like this spectacle in all of sports, not just college football. Just a special game and a special day for these two teams.
Did you smell any special stories, by the way?
You know what, Brent, it was interesting. We knew coming into this game that the speed is such a big advantage for USC, at least on paper. And on the field, listening to the two teams, on one end, USC, they're emphasizing that with their coaches and their players today. Get a good stretch. It's about speed, speed, speed. And then on the other end, Penn State also talking about the very same thing. I think the Lions feel they match up with USC. They're not running away from this athletic ability of the Trojans.
The focus eventually always comes back to the quarterbacks. Let's start with Darrell Clark, number 17 of Penn State.
Darrell Clark has been much like Michael Robinson in 2005 for Penn State, running and throwing. Now, if you've not seen Darrell Clark play, make no mistake, he is a passer who happens to be athletic. He's not an athletic guy who's learned how to throw this year. He's very, very multi-dimensional because of his ability to run and throw, but his leadership today, so important for the Lions, especially early in this game. As good as USC is on defense, the Lions have to start fast, and especially number 17.
And on the other side, Mark Sanchez, number 6.
You know, he's paid his dues. He's waited his time to become the guy. He's grown up in Southern California and knew that one day this would become a reality. And now here he is, the starting quarterback for the men of Troy in the Rose Bowl. And in his mind, he's ready to go out and play a game where he's in complete control, making great decisions with the football. And something to note, people talk about him not having a great year, and his offense not having a great year. 30 touchdowns with a balanced offense is an outstanding first year for Mark Sanchez, and he's got all of his weapons healthy, which is so important against this Penn State defense.
Yeah, Kirk, one of the things I want to emphasize is the test of wills that we've got here. When you and I watch practice, you'll see that Petey Carroll wants to get to the flanks. He wants to attack with that great speed. Joe Paterno on the Nittany Lions, that offensive line, over and over. Let's settle for first downs.
That's right.
Let's keep it under control for a while.
Yeah, that's going to have to be over the long haul 4 quarters. That'll have to be Penn State's philosophy. Same time, they're going to have to take some shots on both sides of the ball to be able to win today.
Okay, Kirk, and let's go down to the field right now. The Spirit of Troy, the Trojan Marching Band, directed by Dr. Arthur C. Bartner, and it is time for our national anthem. the awesome sight of that B-2 stealth bomber. 2 of them arrived here Tuesday. They flew in from where they are based in Missouri. One of the bombers opening up the parade earlier today, and you just saw the second one come over the Rose Bowl here in Pasadena. Our weather, it is glorious here today, 70 degrees. Meanwhile, back home in State College, Pennsylvania, 26 degrees. And Lisa Salters is the 3rd member of our team. And Lisa, big stories involving Joe Paterno all week. What has he decided, and where will he be during the game?
Well, Brent, I've been down here on the field all afternoon, and the one person, surprisingly, that I have not seen, Joe Paterno. He did not come out into the field at all during pre-game warm-ups. He didn't have the traditional midfield chat with the opposing coach, Pete Carroll. He didn't do a scheduled interview that he had with us, even though he was contractually obligated to do so because of our Rose Bowl game deal. Now, I'm told that Paterno, right before he was supposed to come out into the field for stretching and warm-ups with his team, told his Penn State officials, look, I'm tired of all the attention being about me. I'm not going out. He felt that if he came out here, all the cameras would be around him, and he thought that that would be disrespectful to Pete Carroll, disrespectful to USC, and he thought that, quite frankly, it would take all the attention away from his players. Now, guys, I can tell you that Paterno has been on a slow boil about this very issue all week long. He's been asked every day about whether he's going to coach the game from the sideline or up in the box. Just yesterday, I asked Paterno if there was a chance that maybe he could lead his team out into the field and then go up into the box, and he said, stop talking about me. So we could see this coming. By the way, Penn State could be fined up to $10,000 for him not doing that interview, and apparently he doesn't care.
And the Trojans make their annual appearance in the Rose Bowl. Young Mark Sanchez will be at controls. Ray Malabaluga, number 58. You'll see him, the fearsome middle linebacker. Ken Norton, the linebacking coach, keeps the defense fired up. But the youngsters from Central Pennsylvania won't be backing down to anybody. And Joe Pa has moved upstairs to the coach's box, just off to our left from where he will stay for the entire game. And the captains now make their way to the center of the field for the coin toss. Let's go down to our Rose Bowl referees from the SEC conference. He's a good one, Steve Shaw.
Okay, gentlemen, today presenting our coin is the president of the Tournament of Roses, Corky Considere. Mr. Considere, thank you, sir. This will be our coin today. As you can see, this is the USC logo. The other side has the Penn State logo. We'll let the toss hit the ground. The logo up will win the toss. Okay, gentlemen? Now we're honored to have Miss Cloris Leachman to toss the coin for us today. Miss Leachman, come toss our coin.
Looks good.
And the winner is USC. There's your coin. Thank you, sir. USC, you've won the toss. You're going to defer to the second half. Penn State, it's your choice. You want to receive. All right, they're going to receive. Which goal will you defend? Kick that way. All right, turn your backs here. Penn State over there. USC won the toss and will defer. Penn State will receive. Gentlemen, let's have a great ball game.
So from central Pennsylvania to southern California, the Nittany Lions travel over 2,500 miles. For the Trojans, basically a home game. 11 miles from their campus to Pasadena. This is not the first time these two schools have met here. Back on January 1st, 1923, they came together. USC won the game, but the highlight may have been these two coaches. Hugo Bezdek and the Nittany Lions were late, 45 minutes late. Elmer Henderson thought there was gamesmanship. And the Penn State coach said, take those glasses off and we'll fight right here at midfield. Well, Elmer declined, and the Trojans went on to win the game. Penn State scored first on a 20-yard drop kick field goal by Mike Palm, and Bullet Baker rushed for 123 yards and 1 touchdown. No, Joe Pa was not at that game. And Pete Carroll across the way, who, when Joe Paterno was named head coach at Penn State, he wasn't born yet. That's when Joe Pa moved on first as an assistant coach, and then later he became a head coach.
This is the matchup that people wanted to see. Penn State's offense against the athleticism, the intimidation of USC's defense.
And there, Derek Williams back deep. One of the more dangerous return men in the country. So we will see if USC will bother to kick off to him. David Beeler has a very strong leg. Frequently he'll nail it all the way into the end zone. Powell from the 4-yard line. Beyond the 20 to the 26-yard line. And Kirk, here are the Penn State Taco Bell impact players.
Well, let's start with the running back, Evan Royster. So important that number 22 get established running north and south against the speed of USC. It'll be tough to bounce things. And Deion Butler leads a very talented group of wide receivers. Had a huge game in the last game out against Michigan State. And Derek Williams, the X factor in this offense, number 2. You'll see him take direct snaps. You'll see him run as a tailback, as a receiver. He has to touch the football at least 20 times today for Penn State.
He lines up that tailback spot. Frequently he'll motion out. Clark is up underneath center. And Williams touches it for the first time today. Battles his way out to the 28 or 29-yard line with Christian Tupou bringing him down. So here is Darrell Clark from Youngstown, Ohio.
What a great year that Darrell Clark had coming into fall camp. He was battling to win the job from Pat Devlin. Of course, won the job. Pat Devlin is now transferred out, so Clark has to stay on the field today, stay healthy, and also, as we talked about in the open, make the throws when he has time to throw the football and make some plays with his feet. He is the key to the Lions offense.
Royster moves out to a short slot on the left. With the backfield empty, throws incomplete. It'll bring down the 3rd down. Deion Butler was the intended target there, number 3.
Brent, anytime you have a game of this magnitude where there's so much hype and you're a big underdog, success, early success, so important. Penn State over the year has had a lot of success completing 3rd down in the Big Ten. This speed and this USC defense is a whole different deal that they're trying to deal with today.
The Remington Award winner, A.Q. Shipley, up over the ball. He's the Nittany Lions center. You can see the pressing defense, and they back away. Incomplete and almost intercepted. Mayava. Perhaps the unheralded and underrated of the 3 linebackers. You don't find 3 better linebackers than Cushing, Mawaluga, and Mayava than these 3 of the Trojans.
Yeah, well, Mayava definitely does not get the I'm sorry, Malva does not get the attention, as you said, as Maluga does in Cushing, but the athletic ability and speed that he brings to the table, replacing Keith Rivers this year, has really been appreciated by Pete Carroll.
So Jeremy Boone will punt it away to Stephen Johnson. Stephen's going to try to return it. Down at the 27-yard line, and now Kirk, let's turn our attention to the Taco Bell USC impact players.
Well, they have a number of players that can make things happen. Stephon Johnson is probably the most gifted between the tackles, and you'll see him out there a number of times having important carries for USC. Damian Williams, the transfer from Arkansas, sat out last year after transferring, has had a huge year this year for the Trojans, and he hopes to be able to stay on the field today, battling an injury with his shoulder. And then Joe McKnight, much like Derek Williams, is the X factor here for the Trojans.
They open with two running backs, Stephon and Joe McKnight, and that is McKnight stepping in motion, and they'll flip it to him immediately. And over there on him is a terrific linebacker. That is Bowman. Navarro Bowman is a young man who could break into the starting linebacking core here with USC. He is that good.
Very athletic. Will put a lot of pressure today on USC. It's been tackling in space. Out in the open field will be important. Mark Sanchez will look to distribute the football. And we touched on Joe McKnight. You're going to see him moved around and within this offense to just get his hands on the football.
Anthony McCoy was 86th. Tight end, throwing short and underneath to the tight end. Out of bounds on that far side. Tony Davis, number 11, defensive back for the Nittany Lions.
USC can attack in so many ways. They're so balanced. They love to start running the football, and then they'll go to the bootlegs and play action to try to get you out of position, and they'll throw to the tight end. They'll throw to the fullback. They'll find the backs out of the backfield. And because Mark Sanchez is so athletic, they'll constantly move the pocket to try to stay away from the pressure of Penn State's defensive line.
That's Stephon Johnson coming outside on this 3rd and 4, and backfield empty. Pump fake not open. Bowman tripped him up, but Sanchez short of the first down. The defenses hold both of them.
Penn State with some zone pressure here on 3rd down, slanting their defensive line, creating some confusion up front, and eventually the pressure caves in on Mark Sanchez. Huge for the Lions to get the football back early in this game.
Greg Woidnick. Here comes Williams. Fair catch at the 12-yard line, and it'll be the Nittany Lions coming up with their 2nd series of this game. Well, some folks thought it was going to be low scoring. Might be at that.
The kids have been wanting to go to the safari.
This ESPN telecast available in high definition on ABC HD. No matter what your definition, there's no prettier sight than the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California on New Year's Day. Fans, Nittany Lions all in white. They bring the fullback Lawler in now. Now they get back to Royster, who breaks to the 2nd level. First down, their best offensive play of the game to the 29-yard line.
Brent, that's exactly what Penn State has to do. Run right into the middle. Here's the DirecTV Ultimate Picture Cam. You can see the blocking up front. Good job of sustaining the blocks, and that gives you an idea of how quick Evan Royster is to the hole and through the hole. That's the difference between Royster from last year and this year, is the burst that he brings to this offense. You have to run through right to the middle of the speed of this USC defense.
15 yards with his first carry. They leave Lawler in as that lead fullback. And Royster slips into the heart of that D as he comes across the 30-yard line that time. So this offensive line, Lando, Wisniewski, Shipley, Ornberger, Cadogan, this will be the key. 76, 64, 57, 61, and 73. Can the Nittany Lions hang in? Can they get USC into the 4th quarter in a close game?
But the strength of the SC defense is the linebackers in the secondary. If there's one area that Penn State feels they can control, it's the line of scrimmage. It's a long way to go in pass protection and run blocking, but that gives them confidence here these last couple plays.
3 times in a row. Number 22, Evan Royster from Fairfax, Virginia. Here are the youngsters up front. Shipley, one of the co-captains, he's the leader. Wisniewski, part of that great Wisniewski family tradition. 3 generations have all played Penn State. Cadigan, an outstanding left tackle over there. You'll watch these fellows in the trenches all day long. And note the 7 up front for the Trojans. This is as good a matchup as you'll see all bowl season long. Taylor Mays, the safety, presses the line now. They expect a running play, and they got it.
One thing to try to control the line of scrimmage, but when you play against USC, you cannot become predictable, because then you have linebackers that start attacking downhill. That time Clay Matthews coming off the edge, Cushing, Maluga, right into the middle of that offensive line, realizing that it's going to be a run on 3rd and short and stopping the Lions short of the first down.
Mamaluga coming in from behind made absolutely certain, didn't he, Kirk, that Royster was not going to get to that first down marker. Boone punting for the 2nd time here today. Johnson back deep. Stephon Johnson. There are 2 Johnsons now related on the Trojan team. Fair catch is signaled inside the 15-yard line. Field position staying pretty equal. Your storyline so far, the defenses have the upper hand.
Oh, it's got like toolboxes. Ah! That's a Ram box. That's pretty freaking cool. You know, you need that space. Put some fishing poles in there, shovels and hammers and stuff. Go, 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 go!
I can't believe they let us do that.
Beep, Slate Sanchez's phone here reporting from the demolition site. Slate and the rest of the Action News team don't have AT&T, which means no bars out here on the outskirts of town. So we didn't get that call about the new blast zone, which is now here instead of way over there. I'm Slate Sanchez, and I'm about to be the news.
Switch to the network with the best coverage, AT&T. More bars in more places. Now get 50% off all LG phones.
When this shoe store added Aflac to its employee benefits package at no direct cost to the company, it was a perfect fit. Find out more at aflacforbusiness.com.
In 2009, start the new year off with a bang. See the movie event critics are calling an entertainment juggernaut. One of the year's best surprises.
Operation Valkyrie is in effect.
Tom Cruise, Valkyrie, rated PG-13, now playing.
The Rose Bowl game presented by Citi on ABC. Brought to you by Citi. Citi never sleeps. The all-new Dodge Ram. Never back down from a challenge. Allstate, proud sponsors of college football. Are you in good hands? And Southwest Airlines, low fares, no hidden fees.
Always a great spectacle. There's Cloris Leachman. She was the Grand Marshal. I have never seen a livelier 82-year-old. I mean,
you know firsthand, big fella.
What a lovely, lovely lady she is. Handoff now is along with Gable. Gable's first carry of the game, and he comes to the 21-yard line. So C.J. Gable, who opened the UCLA game as the starting running back, fumbled, which led to a Bruin touchdown, put USC behind. He never saw the light of day after that. He was a little bit unhappy. But what coaches dislike more than anything in the world, Kirk, is losing the football.
No doubt about that. Probably athletically and physically the most complete running back was C.J. Gable, but we'll see all 3 of them tonight, Gable, Johnson, and Joe McKnight, and they all have over 600 yards rushing on the year.
Stanley Havili out, an academic problem, and so that means a freshman is in there operating at fullback as Gable could not get the first down, and he's upended by Lydell Sargent.
if you've not seen Penn State play this year, and you kind of have the stereotype that it's a Penn State defense from the Big Ten and they're slow and they're physical, you might be surprised to see how fast this defense can really run sideline to sideline because of the experience that this group has and the linebacking crew and the way they can get penetration, especially off of the edge. It puts a lot of pressure on all the offensive linemen.
He grew up, though, originally back in Pennsylvania. Was always a huge Penn State fan. Gable slashes for the first down. The initial first down to the 31-yard line, and Mark Rubin.
Just a great job up front here. Rhett Ellison, the tight end, number 40, gets a push out on Bowman. And look at the seal block to the outside there. The big right tackle, Butch Lewis, does a nice job. Look at this hole open up. Third down. Open it up, and these backs, if you give them a seam, they have plenty of speed to be able to get through there.
And then tight end Anthony McCoy knocked Tyrell Sales, a linebacker, off his feet. End around. And they bring Joe McKnight, lining him up. Kirk, just like you said, lining him up all over the field.
They will move him around, and all three of these running backs. I mean, you know, when locally people are saying, why didn't one guy become the guy? I mean, why have three different tailbacks all go over 600 yards? But they all bring something a little bit different to the table. I think you and I agree. Today could be a game, much like last year's Rose Bowl, where Joe McKnight is featured because of his big playability against his Penn State defense.
Coach McNair talking to Gable. McKnight twists, spins, and picks up the first down, apparently. We compare these two defenses, and you take a look at the numbers, and I'll tell you the one that I focus on, Herbie. USC allowing only 7.8 points a game. Folks, in 8 of their 12 games, they shut out the opposition. That is 8 second-half shutouts in the game. Now, meanwhile, Tom Bradley, who was running the sideline for the defense for the Nittany Lions, now they're pretty good defense, too.
Joe McKnight now all the way at the bottom of your screen here.
So they continue to move him from the gun. Sanchez's head fumble, ball's down. Pressure from down behind. Do we have the game's first turnover? We have a yellow flag at the 43-yard line. The Nittany Lions think that they have recovered a fumble, and Shaw agrees. Obviously, instant replay upstairs will be taking a look at this play.
I want to see if Aaron Mabin, he got such a good jump off the line of scrimmage. Did he get too good a jump? He's lined up off sides. Possibly 59, Aaron Mabin, the All-American, who had 12 sacks this year for Penn State. He got
offsides, number 59 on the defense. That'll be a 5-yard penalty. Will repeat first down.
USC, a big risk by putting Sanchez back there alone with an empty backfield.
I will tell you, Joe Paterno is furious about that. He had to discipline Mabin a little bit during the week. Took him off the ones, lined him up as the twos. That's inexcusable.
And it looked like he just lined up off sides, then had the quick jump. Tried to take advantage right here. Charles Brown, the left tackle. But as this game continues on, the speed off of the edge from Maurice Evans, 48, and Aaron Mabin, 59, is something SC has to be concerned about. Watch play action and going vertical here from SC.
They don't go empty after that. Keep a fullback and a running back down the middle, incomplete, overthrew. So Bowman has come out after that first series. He injured a hand. They taped it. Now they're putting a glove on the leading tackler for the Nittany Lions. We saw the hand being tended to after the first series down below. This was a little bit earlier.
It's a big play he made on third down. Forced the first punt for USC. It's going to take a lot to keep him out of this football game.
Fake. McKnight close to that first down marker. Sales making the stop for Penn State.
right now both offensive coordinators just trying to get a feel of what each defense is doing. In talking and getting ready for this game, it was interesting hearing about how with such a long layoff, it takes usually a quarter in these big games for everybody to settle down, adjust to the speed of the game, because you can't duplicate that with your scout teams. So right now, Steve Sarkisian, I think, is just trying to get his guys settled down and kind of get a beat on what Penn State's doing.
Galen Hall up in the Penn State booth calling plays across the way. We saw Sarkisian, and we must tell you, of course, that this is his last game at USC. He is the head coach of the University of Washington, and he will go up to Seattle tomorrow. He's already been introduced along with his family up there. And Kirk, I know that you believe that he's going to do an excellent job with the Huskies.
Of course, it's going to take some time to recruit, but he has had an interesting month in this month of December, Brent, coaching and getting ready for this bowl game, and then switching hats, so to speak, and then going out and recruiting for the Huskies.
Bowman back on the field for the Lions. Pump fake by Sanchez. He got a man open, and he overthrew him again. And that was Patrick Turner, the senior from Tennessee, Nashville way, working deep on that far sideline.
That is great discipline from the Penn State defense, and Lydell Sargent, who, by the way, is from California and very excited to be in this game. I talked just a few snaps earlier about play action and the vertical passing game. That's what SC loves to do. They love to kind of lull you to sleep with the running game, the short passing game, and then they try to get you out of position, and they want to go over top for a big play, especially with their speedy receivers.
Williams moves in motion. Fires on that slant close to a first down, and that's Big McCoy, the 6'5", 255 junior tight end from Fresno, California.
From the time that you and I had USC against Ohio State early in the year to where this offense is now, I think the two players that have improved the most would be the big tight end Anthony McCoy, and I think Mark Sanchez, just naturally through game experience. But McCoy, I think, is now much more confident and a real weapon for Mark Sanchez.
Dancing for the first down and breaking to daylight, Stephon Johnson, number 13.
Well, this is a great picture of seeing Stephon Johnson's strength and why he gets so many carries. The patience, the vision, the cutback, and also he's probably the most naturally gifted back that they have. Does a nice job of just waiting for the play to develop and then bouncing it to the outside and getting upfield for a first down.
Pete Carroll and the Trojans would dearly love to close this drive off for a couple of reasons. And Stephon just picked up 13 yards because Beeler misfired against UCLA 3 times. Middle, touchdown, Trojans strike first. That's Williams, the transfer from Arkansas.
Look at Mark Sanchez's eyes. He looks off to his left, knowing exactly where he wants to go with the football, and throws a strike to the backside there to Damian Williams. A good job of using the eyes there by the junior quarterback.
Beeler tacks on the extra point. USC strikes first. You're watching the 95th Rose Bowl from Pasadena, presented by Citi on ABC.
That's good. Drinkability, my friend. Drinkability means Bud Light won't fill you up. You got plenty of room for your favorite festival cuisine, you know, like funnel cakes, turkey legs, my personal favorite, baba ganoush.
What's baba ganoush?
No idea, but it sounds cool. Dude, draw your own food.
Never filling, always refreshing. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
This weighs a ton.
To Progressive.com.
This place is hopping.
It's resolution season.
Well, my resolution? Save money.
Last year, millions of people visited Progressive.com, and those who switched saved an average of over $350.
No wonder it's like a party in here.
I wrote that.
Starting the new year with savings. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
You put your foot down and it just goes.
It's kind of saying, "Rrr."
The Hemi did it. I love it.
It's awesome.
Yeah! That Hemi hits hard. Bam! Boom! Truck just kicked into gear.
I completely forgot I was pulling a trailer.
Handles amazing.
It was a smooth ride. Fantastic. That's how we roll.
We welcome you back to the 95th Rose Bowl game presented by Citi. USC, winners of the last two Rose Bowls, lead Penn State for the Big Ten 7-0 here in the opening quarter with 4:12 to go. There's the young man who developed into the #1 target for Sanchez as the season progressed. And Williams into the end zone for the first touchdown. Dealer's line drive. Rockets out of the end zone. Comes on the 20. Let's go back to the score.
Well, the center fielder, Anthony Scrotto, the free safety right here, is going to work to this side. Damian Williams is here, and he's going to break to the middle. The timing here and how quickly Sanchez gets rid of the football does not allow Scrotto to get back to make the play. That's well-timed and a great execution there by Damian Williams, who's developed into being Mark Sanchez's favorite target. We were talking at the break. This is a very important series if you're a Penn State football player or fan.
Yep. First down, throwing in underneath, and it is complete to Brett Brackett, a sophomore receiver from New Jersey.
See, this is what Penn State has to do. It's okay to want to run the football north and south, but play action pass, throwing the football with Darryl Clark on 1st and 10 has to be involved in the repertoire today as far as slowing down USC.
That was Darryl's first completion of the game. He's 1 of 3. Play fake and in trouble. Incomplete. Mayava probably didn't see it coming. If he had turned around earlier, who knows?
Yeah, you're right. He turned his head, Brent, to look back to find Schuler after he came up. You see him turn his head, and once he does that, he's unable to locate the football. But again, the SC pressure more this time coming in, deflecting that football and putting Penn State now in 3rd down and short.
Royster not on the field. And that is Derek Williams. Option first down.
This is an outstanding job by Darryl Clark of waiting and waiting to make the defense finally commit down and then dealing it to the outside. Griffin kind of played a little bit of a cat and mouse game with him, making him try to string it out, but he does a nice job of continuing to attack Griffin and still giving Derek Williams enough time to the outside and a little alley there to pick up the first down that the Lions desperately needed.
Taylor Mays continues to play deep center field. Kevin Ellison, the other safety, out with an injury, so Will Harris is also playing. Royster back on the field, works the sideline on first down. And that was Brian Cushing, another one of the outstanding linebackers for the Trojans, number 10. He'll be playing Sunday football next year.
Starting to see some real battles in the trenches between these two teams on both sides of the ball. That time Mickey Schuler and Everson Griffin going toe-to-toe there, trying to get the edge. Schuler eventually wins the battle and gets Royster to the corner there to pick up 3 yards.
Play fake, has to throw quickly. Here's Williams. They put it in his hands again for another first down. Moving him around, Will Harris forced to make the play.
They brought the safety blitz this time, Taylor Mays, and Taylor Mays by taking this chance here. He comes off to the left. He realizes right away Clark does a really good job of gathering himself and delivering the football here, because this happens fast. Mays comes on his blitz. He doesn't buy the play fake. He gets right into the face of Clark. Clark shows the toughness and makes an accurate throw for the first down to Derek Williams.
Norwood moves over to the right side of the formation. Stepping up in the pocket. Penalty flag flies. Wide open is Butler. Butler still on his feet. 20. Remember, there's a penalty flag, however. Butler with a brilliant run inside the 10-yard line, but the penalty marker is down. Nittany Lions have already had one bad break, offside on an apparent turnover. Now a 45-yard play is coming back.
Illegal shift on the offense. Number 3 went in motion before all players were set and never stopped.
Wow.
That's a 5-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
That's the second crucial mental mistake. Not just a play that goes against you, Brent, but a crucial mental error by Penn State. Butler goes into motion there, as you heard, before everybody was settled. So at that point, all bets are off. This play does not work. Great execution, a perfect throw, and bring it back now for 1st and 15.
You continue to make mental mistakes against these fellows from USC. You back the bus up early.
Yep. They don't need any help.
First and 15 after the penalty. Royster, left side, picks a hole. Gets back just beyond the original line of scrimmage. Mayava, number 43, has been a very active linebacker.
So by throwing Brent on 1st and 10, which Galen Hall, the offensive coordinator, told us this week. I said, you know, what do you do against this kind of defense? He said, we've got to do what we do, which is be very diversified, attack them. We cannot be passive and hold back. We've got to be aggressive with our play calling. I think this is really the first drive we're starting to see that from Penn State.
Stephon Green, freshman, redshirt freshman from the Bronx, is now in as a running back. He has top-end speed if they can get him to daylight. They play fake. They're going to throw the screen to him, and here he comes. He breaks the first tackle. Gets to the 36-yard line, and Taylor Mays, the safety, the center fielder today, makes the stop. A 16-yard burst.
Another great call here by Galen Hall. And Clark starting, I think, settle down and make some great throws and some really good decisions here for this offense. And Brent, you've touched on it. We've watched this young man here, Stephon Green, when he gets into the lineup. He's a great complement to the more powerful Royster. I think he's probably the best home run threat that the Lions have had since going all the way back to '94 when they had Kajana Carter.
Kajana Carter exploded in that Rose Bowl victory against Oregon that day. Here is Stephon. Stays in as the tailback. Time. Slam. Got it. Butler inside the 10-yard line.
This is Darryl Clark in a nutshell right here in the 2008 season. Watch him stand in the pocket. What presence, what arm strength, and delivers an absolute strike downfield into the teeth of the USC defense. Great route by Butler. The ball is thrown to the inside away from Pinkert. Again, I think right now we're starting to see Darryl Clark settle in here for this Nittany Lion offense. Outstanding execution on this drive.
Pinkert, senior corner, had a fine year. He's out of Oxnard. Timeout is called by Darryl Clark. We'll take a break from Pasadena. USC leads, but Penn State is threatened.
1931 was not exactly a great year to start a business, but that's when Allstate opened its doors. And through the 12 recessions since, they've noticed that after the fears subside, a funny thing happens. People start enjoying the small things in life. It's back to basics, and the basics are good. Protect them. Put them in good hands.
On January 16th,
Happy Valentine's Day.
Prepare for a bloody good time. My Bloody Valentine 3D, rated R, in theaters January 16th.
That's one latte.
Keep the change.
Whoa. You can use that change to get double the beef for only 89 cents.
Double the beef. You really just pushed a button.
Change the way you see change. Taco Bell's cheesy double beef burrito. A double portion of seasoned ground beef smothered in melty nacho cheese sauce. It's double the beef for only 89 cents.
Can I get some change, please?
Why pay more?
This holiday season, give the gift of high definition with perfect picture and sound. Blu-ray high definition.
Perfect.
The best way to watch movies at home ever.
Wednesday, January 21st, the New Year's biggest premiere is finally here.
We have to go back!
ABC's Lost, the premiere event, Wednesday, January 21st on ABC.
Well, coming Tuesday, January 6th to ABC, by land, by air, and by sea. These are the real stories of the heroes who protect us all. Homeland Security USA Series premiere Tuesday at 8, 7 Central, right here on ABC. So the Nittany Lions with a first and goal. They were at the 9-yard line, but a penalty brought that back, and now they have reached that spot again. Clark on a quarterback draw. Set to the middle, end zone, touchdown. Barrels in. John Elway could not have run this any better. Kevin Kelly from Langhorne, Pennsylvania. The senior will attempt to tie it up here with his left foot. A huge answer.
Unbelievable job here by Darryl Clark and getting the offense to settle down. A great call, and what amazing blocks downfield. Think about this now. We've been talking about this USC defense being the best maybe of all time. Look at the Penn State receivers and linemen sustaining blocks, getting downfield, and allowing Clark to get some momentum established and then barreling into the end zone for a much-needed touchdown here for Penn State. That's not just a score that ties the game, Brent. That's a score that gets the Nittany Lions to believe that they belong in the same field with USC.
Royster being tended to by the medical staff. He was injured throwing a block on Clark's touchdown run. He moved out and was one of the blockers. It did not appear to be serious when he was shaken up. Also to note, Herbie, I thought that was the first time that the Trojans really missed Ellison as a cleanup safety back there. Hard hitter.
That's right. Stepping
up into the hole.
Yep. Now things get interesting. It's really interesting.
Final seconds of the opening quarter, and there is Kevin Ellison, one of the co-captains, senior from Inglewood, California, unable to play today because of an injury. This will come out to the 20-yard line. Let's go down below to Lisa.
Well, Brent, Darryl Clark, I had a chance to speak to him just last night, and I asked him, you know, Darryl, what are you guys feeling about what they've been saying about you guys not really having a chance? And he said, can I go off the record? And I said, no. I want to hear honestly what you think. And he said, okay, I'll tell you. We're tired of hearing it. We're annoyed. We know they're a good team, but so are we. I know all about the stats. They have impressive numbers, but they have not played us yet, guys.
Lisa, every reporter should have listened to you when you said, no, I don't want it off the record, because you might have gotten it from somebody else. Good work. First down and 10. Sanchez from under center has time. And coming through now is Ronald Johnson with his first reception, the sophomore from Muskegon, Michigan, as our first quarter comes to an end. Looks like a good one, folks. And this presentation of the Rose Bowl game presented by Citi will return after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
It's got like toolboxes. That's a Ram box. That's pretty freaking cool.
You know, you need that space. Put some fishing poles in there,
Shovels and hammers and stuff.
Go, 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 go! I can't believe they let us do that.
Case, there's something wrong with your eye.
One iris is a different color than the other, which happens occasionally when you're dealing with twins.
I'm an only child.
The co-writer of The Dark Knight.
Am I a twin, Dad?
You would have had a brother. He died when you were both in the womb.
This is gonna sound crazy. I'm being haunted by something.
On January 9th,
This thing is trying to use you as a doorway.
witness the birth
How do I stop it?
The Unborn. Rated PG-13. Starts January 9th.
What's G? It's gifted, glorious, genuine, and gutsy. It's the GOAT. The greatest of all time. What's G? It is the heart, hustle, and soul of the game. That's G.
They are the women who never gave you a second look.
I love to be the center of attention.
And the guys who always got the girl.
Is that me? You look so good.
On Monday, they'll get exactly what they deserve.
Welcome to the Spy Room.
In a beauty competition with a twist.
They have no idea that we're judging them on their inner beauty. Huh?
ABC's True Beauty. Series premiere Monday at 10/9 Central, part of Bringing the New Week on ABC.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? You'll find it during Happy Honda Days at your Northern California Honda dealers. Come in now for some of the year's best deals, like 1.9% APR financing on the stylish and gas-stingy 2009 Accord. It delivers an EPA-estimated 30 mpg highway and is from the greenest car company in America. So make someone's holiday a little greener and save some green of your own with 1.9% APR on Accords and other Happy Honda Day surprises. And wrap up the season in style.
Thank you, Pod Storage, for joining News 10's Coats for Kids.
We welcome you back to the 95th Rose Bowl game presented by Citi. Penn State 7, USC 7. As we begin the second quarter with more than 20,000 Penn State fans on hand. Almost looks like a whiteout back in Happy Valley, doesn't it? First down and 10 now for Sanchez. Middle, complete. Turner.
This is what they love to do. Get you to the outside and then try to hit the seams. The DirecTV Ultimate Picture Cam here gives an idea of what Mark Sanchez can do in the arm strength. When Penn State sits in cover 3 with 3 defensive backs dropping deep, there's a seam between the corner, in this case number 11, Tony Davis, and the safety, Scarrato, and it takes a very strong arm quarterback to be able to get it in there low enough and fast enough to get it to the receiver before the safety comes over. Another good throw.
26 yards. Adam Goodman is now in as the fullback. McKnight is the tailback. Play fake, and Sanchez going to keep it in the air. Got another man wide open, and McCoy breaks down to the 11-yard line, and they're having a hard time matching up against the 6'5", 255-pound tight end.
Well, USC clearly has made up their mind to try to get the ball downfield to the athletic ability and also take advantage of the arm of Mark Sanchez. People have talked about Sanchez and said, boy, what's been wrong with him this year because he hasn't had the huge year. People expecting him maybe to win the Heisman Trophy. But you can see the physical ability and the fact that the talent around him is improved allows Sanchez to be very effective today.
6 of 8 so far for over 100 yards thrown. Now they come back with McKnight on the toss. And the Nittany Lions were ready for that play, and Aaron Mabin cost them dearly by lining up offside, making the stop. Maurice Evans started in that spot today, number 48, the junior from Brooklyn. If nothing else, the Nittany Lion defensive line, Kirk, is one of the deepest that we have seen all season because of injuries and suspensions.
Absolutely.
Some other players stepped in, like Mabin, and developed their games as the season wore on in the Midwest.
I think it's really developed into a real strength. And right now, I think they're holding their own, defending the run. Not so much right now in this drive against the pass.
Yeah, the corners are under attack. Has to dump it off now to McKnight in the flat, and McKnight with that speed gets back close to the 5-yard line.
This is a nice job here by Sanchez. Wants to get it downfield. Last minute feels the pressure, dumps it to the outlet here. And when you just get the ball as a dump off to Joe McKnight in the open field, it becomes a real strength because it's so tough to catch him in the open field. He cuts back and picks up so many yards, and also a nice block along the way.
I believe he's shaken up. McKnight is down.
He's had a turf toe that's bothered him throughout most of this year, and you wonder if maybe he's re-aggravated. He's reaching down towards that left foot.
Stephon Johnson, number 13, has already checked in to the game. Sanchez, meanwhile, over on Pete Carroll's sideline. Pete and Sarkisian talking about it with Johnny Morton upstairs, helping out with the play calling today.
Brent, I think you and I would agree with Joe McKnight. Even though there's a good stable of backs here, you lose the home run threat if this is a serious injury or if he has re-aggravated something.
We're going to take a break as the medical staff tends to McKnight, and we'll be right back with an update.
Check this out. With this controller, your character will mimic your exact motions. See?
Sweet.
Now throw me a pitch, just like we're outside.
You're out. That ends the inning. Next up, shortstop.
Want to get away? Now you can. With Southwest Airlines Internet Specials, you can fly to destinations nationwide for just $49 to $99. Purchased by January 19th. Low fares, no hidden fees.
As your love has evolved, so have your gifts. From I like you, I really like you. I love you. I will always love you. And sometimes a gift says you mean more to me than anything else in the world. Life insurance from New York Life ensures your loved ones will always be taken care of. With 163 years of financial strength, it's the most selfless gift you can give. New York Life, the company you keep.
The all-new Nissan Z. It's here.
Scrubs has a new home and a new guest star, Courtney Cox.
This guy's insurance only covers 3 days of ICU care, so we've got to get him out of here today, okay?
Die! ABC Scrubs premiering Tuesday, 9/8 Central on ABC.
Left toe injury. Guy walking off the field on his own power, but he took a blow here, Herbie.
Yeah, towards the end of the play, the left foot, you can see, gets rolled. And we'll have to keep close tabs on Joe McKnight. This is a big third down here for USC.
They empty out the backfield. Here comes another quarterback draw. This one by Sanchez. Touchdown. Both quarterbacks run in for scores. And this one puts USC ahead again for the second time. David Beeler. His holder is the punter, Greg Roydnick. Cooper Stevenson will have the snap. 7-point lead again by USC. The last two drives have both been touchdown drives by the Trojans. Their offense is starting to step it up a little bit. Can the Nittany Lions answer again, though? We'll find out when you come back.
I decided to redecorate our living room. But no matter what I did, something didn't feel right. And then I figured it out. It wasn't the room.
What?
So I used the cash I got back to redecorate my husband.
Earn unlimited cash back with your City Cash Returns card to make every dollar count. Whatever your story is, your City Cash Returns card can help you write it, because City never sleeps.
Anything weird happened to you today?
This is spooky.
When the stories come to life, you won't believe your eyes.
Oh, it doesn't hurt that bad.
Oh, you're right. Disney's Bedtime Stories. Rated PG. Now playing.
The all-new Nissan Z. It's here.
The Rose Bowl game presented by Citi on ABC. Brought to you by Citi. Citi never sleeps. Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move. Aflac, ask about it at work. And AT&T, your world delivered.
Well, the Rose Bowl went from some of the worst locker rooms that Herbie and I had ever seen to some of the best. Wow. Just goes to show you what $16 million can buy you. And now they're attempting to put a knee brace over here on Evan Royster, who went over to the sideline. This would be a major developing story with the Nittany Lions. Stephon Green, the redshirt freshman, would have to start this series, we would think, until they find the appropriate brace. A late decision to come out. And short of the 20-yard line is Chaz Powell as we go back to the score.
Well, if USC decides to not even touch the speed rush from Penn State, they're going to use 5 of their linemen to block 2 defensive tackles. So Mark Sanchez knows nobody's touching the speed off the edge. I've got to take 1 step back and then follow the surge of my 5 linemen against 2 defensive tackles. If he doesn't get upfield quick enough, it's an easy play for Maben and Evans, but he does a nice job of executing. And right now, Mark Sanchez is on fire for this USC offense.
Darryl Clark brings Stephon Green and the rest of the offense out. Stephon, and he is ridden down by Ama. And let's go down to Lisa.
Well, Brent, as you could see, they were working on Evan Royster's left knee. I'm being told that it's a left knee sprain, and as you saw, they're trying to fit him for a knee brace. He is going to try to go back into the game, but he looked very upset on the sideline during that entire USC drive, and he was telling redshirt freshman Stephon Green, this is your time, go in there and get my back. Brent?
Well, he's out there right now, Lisa, number 21. He's set up behind the fullback, big Dan Lawler. Comes Stephon, picking his way patiently and diving toward that first down marker. He's very close. And Mayava, again, number 43 has been the most active of the 3 linebackers so far.
Well, we'll keep an eye on Evan Royster, but Green is more than capable of carrying the load. But I think durability becomes a question, which means a true freshman, Brandon Beecham, possibly comes in to take some snaps. He's a physical runner. Freshman out of Youngstown, Ohio. Also, Derek Williams is an option if they have to put him in the backfield to take some snaps as well.
3rd down and 1. Let's see if Shipley and Clark attempt to pick this up. There is Derrick going out wide. Short of the 1st down. Monstrous hit by Kyle Moore, the senior defensive end from Georgia.
Well, it is so tough to execute against USC when they know the run is coming. They get a running start. The safeties, the linebackers. Brent, you talked about Moore winning a stalemate there against Ornberger. When you give that defensive line an opportunity to battle and know that that run is coming, it's just too hard to execute. I think the sneak there works a lot better. That play took way too long to develop.
Absolutely. Stephon Johnson back. But the Trojans have scored touchdowns in their last 2 possessions now. And they're going to have real good field position. 8 trips and it goes by, and this will take a Nittany Lion bounce. A break as it is down at the 16-yard line. A 56-yard punt as Stephon slips, attempting to make the fair catch.
Small. Big. Minimum. Maximum. A lot. For a little.
Nissan Versa, 34 mpg and the largest passenger interior volume in its class for under $10,000.
Hey. Hey. Whew. Yeah. You look relaxed for somebody in your condition.
It's because I have Aflac.
What do you mean?
Oh, when I'm hurt and miss work, Aflac gives me cash to help pay bills my health insurance doesn't.
You mean like car payments?
Mm-hmm.
Electric bills?
Mm-hmm.
Or the rent?
Yep. Huh. Even food. Chinese is here.
Great. I love duck.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Dude, I just hooked up my new PS3. Yeah, I got Resistance 2 on the new Motor Storm.
Bring it!
See you in 10. Hi.
What's that?
It's our new movie downloading machine.
That's a PlayStation 3.
No, look. Hancock, The Dark Knight.
Or 51st Dates.
Now
you can download thousands of your favorite movies and TV shows straight to your PS3.
We welcome you back to the 95th Rose Bowl game, presented by Citi. On a beautiful Thursday afternoon. Happy New Year, everybody. 2009. Let's hope it's better than 2008, huh? Glad to see that rascal disappear. 14-7. Football and the lead. Quick flip out to the side. Williams, who scored their first touchdown. And now it's time for the Duck. The Aflac Rose Bowl trivia question. All right, folks. Since Joe Pa became the head coach, how many head coaches have the Trojans had since Joe became the head coach at Penn State?
You let me cheat last night.
Yeah, I did.
Was that how we're gonna start off the 09 year? Give me a little help there.
That's absolutely right. You worked long and hard with game day. Now we got a personal foul call here.
Yeah.
And that gets tacked on.
Scarrato came in there a little late, close to the boundary. Williams is fighting for some yardage. What you couldn't see there, or hear rather, is the whistles had blown well before Scarrato hit Williams. And so they're going to add 15 more yards. Another mental error here for the Lions in this first half.
Breaking to daylight is Johnson tripped up at the 40-yard line. Scarrato hanging on, and it looks like we've got another penalty back by the 44-yard line.
Wow, this is outstanding execution by USC.
Might have been a reason for it.
Yeah, well.
Holding.
Except for the
number
hold.
61 on the offense.
To the outside.
That'll be a 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
Repeat first down.
That's their fine young center, Christopher O'Dowd.
O'Dowd locked up on Josh Hull, the middle linebacker, but off to the right side of the offensive line. If they start to have an ability to get to the second level against Penn State, that's where they can have real success running the football. See, Penn State wants to eat up the blocks with their down linemen and then allow their 3 linebackers and 2 safeties to corral the ball carrier and chase him down. That's their top 5 tacklers on this defense are the 3 backers and the 2 safeties.
High and reaching up and grabbing its Turner. Good size on these Trojan receivers. 6'5", 6'1", 6'5", 6'2".
See, he is all of a sudden really starting to feel good, and I think the game plan has changed with Steve Sarkisian, where now they're thinking pass first and run second, whereas early in the game I think they were trying to run the football, kind of establish that and get their play action pass game going off the run game. Now they're just saying we're going to take advantage of our athletic ability on the perimeter and attack this Penn State defense through the air.
Play fake. Time. Oh, beautiful turn in by Williams. What a beautiful pattern he just ran.
Brent, this ball was in the air for a full second until Damian Williams decided to come out of his break. Watch to the far left. I don't know if you can see, but the football, look at the last second. That's what you see by some quarterbacks on Sunday in the NFL. Ball's in the air, he comes out, boom, it's on him. So even if the coverage was great by Sargent, the ball is perfectly thrown, and by doing that, it gives Williams time to get upfield after the catch and pick up 35 yards.
From the 20. Sanchez high, and I think the reason why it was high, his back foot slipped as he was setting up as we go down below to Lisa.
Von Johnson and C.J. Gable are going to have to carry the load in the USC backfield. Joe McKnight, I'm told, out for the rest of the game. That sprained toe, the same toe that's been bothering him all season long. He has already gone back to the locker room. Right.
So Joe McKnight, who was their hero last New Year's Day against the Fighting Illini of Illinois, is done for the day. But like Kirk has said, there's talent galore in that backfield. 2nd down and 10. Quick strike back out to the outside, and that's Osbury's first reception. And he's a 6'4" fella, so everywhere you look at these receivers, there's just great size.
Well, that's the dangerous thing here for Penn State with undersized secondaries. Patrick Turner is 6'5", Osbury's 6'4". The big tight end Anthony McCoy, 86, is coming in at 6'5". And Penn State, you have to make up your mind. You're going to try to stop the size and speed on the outside, and if you do that, you leave the tight end all alone to work on the undersized safeties. So right now, that's a mismatch for USC.
Sanchez has thrown for 179 yards, and he adds to his total, going back to McCoy. So Beeler trots onto the field. Williams was over there congratulating his quarterback on that read on that sideline pattern that they ran, and this is a 30-yard field goal. Tacks on 3 more. USC's lead is 10, 17-7.
The all-new Nissan Z. It's here.
It's gonna be a late one, people. What a bummer, dude.
Now you won't be able to watch me on DirecTV tonight.
Relax, Red. I can easily set my home DVR to record you right from here.
Done. Wow. You know, you're a little scary up close.
With DirecTV, you can easily set your home DVR from any cell phone or computer. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
It's time saving energy costs less. It's time guaranteed low prices got even lower. At the Home Depot, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items throughout the store, including energy-efficient ones like appliances and insulation. So come in now and find out how saving money today can save you even more later. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Well, our Aflac trivia question, how many head coaches have the Trojans had since 1966? Well, if you said a half dozen, you would be, I'm going to say, semi-right. John Robinson had 2 tours, remember? John McKay, of course, was the coach of the Trojans. Ted Tollner, like Larry Smith, Paul Hackett, and, of course, Pete Carroll. In terms of wins, folks, Joe Paul leads 383 to 367. Absolutely amazing.
That is incredible. 3 more years added to his contract.
Line drive, scooped up by Williams. Cuts to the middle, and there's a penalty flag down. This one must have been fairly obvious, huh? There was a couple yellow flags down there on the return.
During the return, illegal block in the back, number 25 on the receiving team, half the distance to the goal. It'll be 1st and 10.
Penn State's made 3 mistakes now, big ones here. Well, folks, coming in April, relive the majesty of Augusta. Former Masters winners Phil Mickelson and Tiger Woods battle the reigning champion Trevor Immelman for the 2009 green jacket as the 1st and 2nd round coverage of the Masters comes to ESPN in April. 1st down and 10 for Clark and the Nittany Lions. Green continues to be the tailback. Royster still out with that knee injury. Clark has plenty of time. Incomplete and a penalty flag. Interference is going to be called on Kerry Harris. He was holding.
He got tangled up with Butler as Butler is trying to get to the outside. And as you said, Brent, that'll be much needed break for USC here.
Holding, number 7 on the defense. That'll be a 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic 1st down.
And Butler is one of the great threats in this Penn State offense. Gives a move to the inside for Harris. Harris just locks him up. Ball's pretty well thrown. They still almost completed it, but an obvious call for these officials who are doing a great job so far in this Rose Bowl.
2 penalties against the Trojans now. That's the 2nd, but there have been 4 against the Nittany Lions. In trouble. Gets it off in time. And he hits Brackett, the sophomore, for the 2nd time today.
This is a good call. This is a very good call. Easy throw if you can recognize the pressure. And that's the 2nd time that Darryl Clark, coming off of a play action fake, has had to get his head turned around quickly because of either a linebacker or a defensive end is closing down on him quickly. Good job of getting his head around and making a good, accurate throw.
Filimala, one of the fine defensive linemen, gets down in his stance. Clark not going to get the 1st down. It'll be 3rd down coming up for the Nittany Lions.
Play kind of got clogged there as Codigan tried to come around. There's just nowhere to go because USC got penetration. Darryl Clark has got to become a factor at some point in this game with his legs. We saw him with the big touchdown run on that the best drive that Penn State clearly has had throughout the game. And other than that, we've really not seen his ability to make plays with his feet. And that, again, at some point will have to come into play to help the Lions.
Hit on the release, and it is 4th down. Cushing, Brian Cushing, the senior from New Jersey. 2 years ago against Michigan, he was the defensive MVP.
Maluga gets most of the attention, but what quickness. He gives a little olay there to Ormberger, who's a nasty offensive guard from Penn State, and he has the size to get in there and be able to penetrate, but also you could see there the athletic ability to just get right around him.
Stephon Johnson awaits Boone's punt, goes out of bounds on the far side. Going to be marked there at about the 33-yard line. 17-7, the Trojans for the 3rd straight year.
The kids have been wanting to go to the Safari theme park since last summer. So we used our City Cash Returns card to buy the tickets and stuff. It was great to get close to the animals, but not that close. Luckily, we used the cash we got back to help pay for some body work.
Earn unlimited cash back with your City Cash Returns card to make every dollar count. Whatever your story is, your City Cash Returns card can help you write it, because City never sleeps.
You got connections to most of these victims.
Am I a suspect here? How far would you go?
You're gonna walk right into a trap.
To protect your own.
This ain't a chess game, partner.
Maybe it is.
De Niro, Pacino.
Get down!
Righteous Kill on DVD and Blu-ray High Def Tuesday.
Taco Bell's new Bacon Cheddar Gordita Crunch. With crisp bacon on top of melted cheddar cheese added to the crunchy, chewy, cheesy Gordita Crunch. Bacon and cheddar make it better. Think outside the bun.
Premiering Tuesday on ABC.
This is when the action starts.
The real stories of the heroes who protect us all.
I'm going to protect my own. That's my job.
ABC's Homeland Security USA premieres Tuesday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
Well, coming up on the Pontiac Performance Halftime Report, we'll be joined by Keyshawn Johnson to break down the first half.
Well, any doubts about Mark Sanchez and this offense at USC? Eliminated. Sanchez is on fire.
Threw a couple of great balls. One anticipated that comeback unbelievably.
All right, it's all coming up at halftime right now. Let's rejoin Brent and Kirk.
All right, John, and of course Keyshawn Johnson was inducted into the Rose Bowl Hall of Fame yesterday at a luncheon. He still holds the receiving record. He did that against Northwestern in the mid-90s, better than 200 yards. First down and 10. Here's a handoff now to Stephon.
The thing about this football game is you can start to feel the field starting to slant one way, and the momentum clearly on the side of USC after Penn State had that touchdown drive, 3 straight 3-and-outs. Meanwhile, Mark Sanchez just warming up. The success that Sanchez has right now is because they're throwing the football. And the success of running and throwing, that combination is giving Penn State fits. They've got to start to get penetration and get pressure on number 6.
Penetrate, and Johnson battles on. So with McKnight out, Stephon Johnson picking up most of the reps here. C.J. Gable, of course, over there on the sideline, and behind them would be Mark Taylor, the redshirt freshman. I should say Tyler. I'll correct myself on that, of course. He's the son of the great Wendell Tyler, who played crosstown at UCLA. Adam Goodman, coming off a knee injury, is the fullback offset to the right. They're going to roll Sanchez. Wide open, and he got his favorite target. He got Williams.
USC, this is the bread and butter. Play action, roll Sanchez out, move the pocket away from the Penn State speed, and then go to the second level. You saw Stephon Johnson at the first level. He had a receiver going downfield in Turner just to kind of clear out the zone, and there it's voided. Ball's thrown on time, and you can see the timing between Mark Sanchez and Damian Williams. today they are really in sync and feeling good together.
Gable now the running back. Here's Gable and a penalty flag. Our officiating crew is from the SEC and the BCS games. They always choose a crew from outside of the conferences of the competing teams.
Offsides on the defense. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Repeat first down.
Too many mistakes, Herbie. This is not like a Joe Paterno coach team.
5th penalty now for Penn State in the first half. Tom Bradley, the defensive coordinator, has to be concerned about this because this is just something we've not seen from Penn State. And a lot of that has to do with the team that you're going up against. Start to anticipate counts. You start to do some things that you typically wouldn't do because of the talent you're facing.
Trojans keep it on top, and he couldn't get it off. Our first sack of the game, Bowman. Navarro Bowman, the sophomore from Maryland.
Bowman had to fight to get through here. Pretty good job, actually, Brent, of the pass protection. It was just great coverage downfield. Bowman's going to go up against Charles Brown, the junior, 6'6", 295-pound left tackle. But you can see that he has a tenacity. Just does not give up on the play. And eventually, because of the coverage, he's able to get there and bring Sanchez down.
About 2.5 minutes left here in the first half. Lions would love to have another crack at it. And here is Williams. Off him too far. First down. Cannot give him a cushion like that, huh?
All right, now we've just seen, and it's a good job of recognizing by Sarkisian and this SC offense. They're just exposing the Penn State secondary. It's a mismatch at this point, whether it's to speedy Damian Williams or if it's to size with Turner or especially the big tight end. Sarkisian right now really feeling good with his play selections, and they have turned the tables on his football game completely, where they now have all the confidence and the momentum.
Sanchez is 14 of 17 for 211 yards and a touchdown in this game. In trouble and going down. Odrick with the defensive tackles. He's in on that play along with Bowman again.
Balance such a big part of USC and who they are, and they're off to a pretty good start, but you can see the success right now is coming through the air, picking up huge chunks of yardage, but it's important to still run the football just to let Penn State know it's there.
Here's the bad news for Penn State, folks. 8 times this year, 8 of their 12 games, okay? The USC defense has pitched a shutout. They have allowed in the second half throughout the 12 games only 3 touchdowns. It's going to be unbelievable.
Well, it's going to be a tough task, not to mention at some point to get back into the football game, the defense has got to start to make plays and not just slow them down. They've got to create turnovers. They've got to get the football back to their own offense. And you're talking about a USC offense that right now is just really starting to really find an identity in this football game. So you put the numbers up 8 of 12 times. Nobody scored a point on them. Right now, I think if you're a Penn State football player, you're thinking, guys, we have got to be able to attack on defense. It's not just a matter of surviving. It's about attacking.
Meanwhile, Pete Carroll wants to go for the juggler here late in the first half. Deep middle and dropped. Incomplete. Turner had a crack at it and couldn't hold on as he came down. It was close.
They are attacking the seams of this Penn State defense because Penn State continues. This is what they do. This is their defense. They'll drop a safety to the middle of the field and get back deep. Corners to the outside. It creates a huge void, and that's where they're trying to get the USC wide receivers into that seam, that post route that they've had a lot of success with.
Now Kirk Ascarino made a fine play, knocking that ball free, or Turner would have had a completion. Under pressure, throws Williams underneath. Williams going for the first down. Got it, out of bounds. Still got a minute and a half to work with. That's an eternity.
It's tough to get pressure on Sanchez when he comes back, takes 5 steps. You get a good blitz, but he still gets the football off. It's a risk you have to be willing to take. You got to like it. You got to like the aggressiveness from Penn State. SC didn't pick it up, but still, Sanchez is a recognition of the blitz and just enough time for Damian Williams to clear, come across the middle, and you can see the speed and why these USC coaches love this young man right here.
Damian making a move on Keyshawn Johnson. 6 catches for 118 now. End zone, touchdown USC. Beautiful read, and Ronald Johnson, the sophomore from Michigan. Sanchez is now carving up the Nittany Lions secondary.
We just talked about how they're going right between the corner and the safety, and that's exactly where Mark Sanchez went again. It's an area that I think they came into this football game pretty confident and felt they could have some success. They're splitting the seams, the perimeter of this Penn State defense.
Beeler tacks on another extra point.
This has to be the 4th or 5th time that they've had a receiver work to the post, right into the seam. See, you have one defensive back in Wallace to the outside, the safety unable to get over. Johnson picks up the blitz there from Bowman. See how you have to be able to get back and throw the football with a lot of velocity, and Sanchez has plenty of arm strength to be able to get it in there. And unless you get out of that coverage, Brent, I don't know how you stop that play.
Sanchez is going to have his future evaluated by the National Football League, as will several of these wide receivers, and then they will have a decision to make. And folks, that's exactly how they prepare. It is the loosest football team that we see across this country.
Loosest and hardest working, most competitive bunch that you'll see year in and year out.
Well, a reminder, Tuesday, January 6th, TV's Funniest Doctors have found a better place to operate, and that place is ABC. Courtney Cox guest stars in the season premiere of Scrubs, Tuesday at 9/8 Central on ABC. And there's John McGinley, who plays Dr. Perry Cox on Scrubs, in attendance here today.
He's fired up. These Trojans looking good. It's the thing about USC, it's not like they work to get a lead and then just kind of cruise on home. No, they just keep pressing. They will not let up.
Here's a memo for the East Coast media. The Pac-10 is about to win the duel amongst the conferences in the bowl games, folks. Pac-10 is undefeated. This would be their last game. This would put them on 5-0. SEC can't catch them. South Carolina lost. You win it based upon winning percentage, and we're looking at a conference that's turning it in at 1,000%. This is not just a statement by USC. This is a statement by all you voters that thought the Pac-10 was so weak this year, and USC never had a chance to climb back toward the championship game. It's why a lot of people, including Pete Carroll, want to see a playoff down the road. There is no better defense in the country than the one you're looking at right here. And the offense not too bad either. Here's Stephon Green. Stephon breaks the daylight. He's got top end. Mays, fumble. Loose ball. Trojans got it. Will Harris coming away with the fumble as Taylor Mays makes a big play in the secondary.
Well, just when it looked like Penn State might be able to get something going, Pete Carroll has the game ball already. Just when it looked like they might have something going, Green gets out into space, and then just another mistake or miscue. Good hustle by USC to be able to get the football. They attacked the football. I mean, it's a great run by Green, but they're attacking the football. Ball comes out, and then it's a scrum, and of course USC gets it. It's sandwiched here by Taylor Mays from one side, and it looked like Kerry Harris, the corner, from the other. I think Harris's contact actually knocked the ball loose.
A 30-yard completion.
They're not done
for the fumble They've got 112, and Sanchez firing again. Incomplete. So, Herbie, let's go back now and take a look at the 4 games. Arizona went into Las Vegas and defeated BYU by 10. California in a tough game against Miami. That was up in San Francisco. Oregon in a great Holiday Bowl. Not too sure what to make of that 3-0 score down
It's a win.
in El Paso, but a win is a win is a win. Right?
They've really flexed their muscles, and for a conference that just does not get a lot of notoriety, you could say for whatever reason it is, people nationally do not respect the Pac-10, with the exception of USC. This is huge for this conference.
Stephon Johnson.
Do you get any points for losing every bowl game? Oh, the Big Ten did win. They did win one.
Iowa, huge win over South Carolina. I know. And don't forget the Buckeyes have got the big one against Texans. And even though we read these numbers like 8 second-half shutouts, the Nittany Lions will be back to play.
Yeah.
I mean,
don't ever give up on the Lions.
No. But they're going to need. You know, Herbie, the one thing that the Trojans have taken away, it seems to me, is Derek Williams as a major factor in this game. I think he has 1 completion in this game for about 11 yards. And now with the score being what it is, 24-7, they're going to have to strike downfield. They're going to have to find Butler and Norwood. Get the ball deep.
Yeah, Butler, I think, is the guy that they've been able to get the football to for the most part. But I think again, if you start to become too predictable, you fall prey. And you fall victim to a USC offense. And Williams has got to be frustrated. This is his last football game as a Penn State Nittany Lion. Wants to be involved, obviously. The game started in a way where it looked like Penn State had enough balance. The Royster injury cost him. But I think USC just made some adjustments, and they've raised the bar in this game. Penn State's not been able to come along for the ride.
Herbie, this is one of the greatest eras by any team in the history of college football. When people look back at the last 7 years and what the Trojans have put together under Pete Carroll, it is unbelievable. They're just a couple of wins away from perhaps winning 3 or 4 national championships in a row.
What Florida State and Bobby Bowden did for 14 years, I thought we would never, ever see it again in college football because of the reduction in scholarships down to 85. What Pete Carroll is doing, I mean, he had 5 players off his defense a year ago who were drafted 3 in the first round. He could have 10 drafted this year off of the defense this year. So the next part of the puzzle will come in next year, and they just don't slow down. I think people thought Carson Palmer left, they'd slow down. Matt Leinart, and they just go on and on at every position.
John David Booty and now Mark Sanchez. John David Booty was the offensive MVP, I believe, of last year's Rose Bowl triumph over the Illini. And remember, the last time they lost in a Rose Bowl, and it might have been the greatest Rose Bowl game of them all, was Texas and Vince Young, mobile quarterback, scoring with time running out. And even in that game, USC had a great chance. But Reggie Bush makes a terrible mental blunder with that lateral, and Lindale can't pick up that 4th and 1. It's just a remarkable run by USC. And, of course, with the National Football League staying out of this metropolis, these guys are rock stars out here. Williams is wide open. The corner, Herbie, is off him like 8 yards. And there's a penalty flag also coming in. Little face mask, according to Williams.
Well, again, this is a combination of it looked like a horse collar and a face mask.
Personal foul, face mask, number 1 on the defense, 15-yard penalty, 1st and 10.
H.A. Wallace about 20 yards off the line of scrimmage. Left hand comes in and pulls on Damian Williams' face mask. And we've talked so much about Mark Sanchez, but Damian Williams, 7 catches, 127 yards in the first half alone.
You know, he says that he will be back next year, but I'd stay tuned on this one. And Pete Carroll's very open about it. He says, I want our guys to be evaluated, and if they're going to go early in that first round, I want them to go. Drop off the screen, and here's Gable. Gable running daylight, got end zone, touchdown. They dropped the hammer again, folks. I've seen this movie before.
Big Ten has seen this film before, too.
gets the extra point.
This is an outstanding call and even better execution. Offensive line allows the penetration. They get downfield. There's a convoy, and that gives you an idea of C.J. Gable. As much as we want to talk about McKnight and Stephon Johnson, I really believe that C.J. Gable is probably the most complete back, and he gets into the open field. He's nifty enough and explosive enough to be able to get upfield. And this Trojan team, the most impressive thing to me about championship teams is when they have a chance to go after you and take advantage and dominate you and go for the jugular, they do. And that's what they've done throughout this entire year, and they've done it again tonight.
Sarkisian's last game as offensive coordinator under Pete Carroll. That's how confident Carroll is about how he runs the operation. He didn't tell Sarkisian to pack his bags, go on up to Seattle, leave now. He said, nope, you deserve to be around us for the Rose Bowl. Come on down, call plays. And over on the other side now, a team that has to regroup here. They've got to tell each other, no quit. You know the chant, we are Penn State. We are now hearing, we are SC. We are SC. There's Powell coming out again. So here's our second quarter summary. And you can see that the Trojans have seized control of this game here in Pasadena, as they have so many times in the past. You know, Herbie, it's just remarkable that the games that Pete Carroll hasn't won over the last week, the little ones, obviously Texas was huge, but when you think about Stanford,
Oregon State,
Coliseum,
UCLA,
Oregon State, UCLA, but when it comes to a big game, does anybody get a team prepared better than Pete Carroll? There's a ton of great seniors out there for Pete on this defense that won't be with him next year. But just like Kirby said, you just plug in some new guys.
Next wave,
they'll go.
I don't know if Penn State got the memo, but 31-7 can turn into 62-7 real fast. They better not stop competing.
Remember now, there is an Associated Press vote for a national champion. Okay? They do not have to vote in favor of who wins what should be a great game between Oklahoma and Florida. We had a split championship once before that way. There's a penalty flag coming down. And that, of course, was when LSU beat Oklahoma in New Orleans. But meanwhile, the Trojans were not invited, and they were voted the AP national champion. So that's going to make this real interesting.
Well, then you have the Texas game, too, against Ohio State. If they go out and play outstanding, there's probably going to be a lot of people who will talk about it.
Illegal block in the back. Number 57 on the offense. 10-yard penalty from the end of the run. It'll still be second down.
It's just not like a Nittany Lion football team. They are just so much sounder than this.
You said they've averaged about 3 penalties a game all year. It's the All-American center, A.Q. Shipley, trying to get downfield to help Green out. 6 penalties now. 7 penalties.
Royster's injured, so Stephon Green's the tailback, and Clay Matthews, a stand-up defensive end. And he's from another famous football family, of course. There he is, number 47. One time a walk-on. And now he's one of the starters here at USC. Interesting to watch his future.
Personal foul, face mask, number 47 on the defense. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. It'll be 1st and 10.
Penn State at this point just wave the white flag and try to get to the locker room here.
And one of the loneliest figures of all will be that man right there, because as we understand it, is going to stay right there in the coach's box. I'm sure he just feels terrible about the performance, because it is so unlike a Joe Paterno team to make the kind of mistakes that they made here. 7 penalties, 62 yards. Let's go to Lisa with Coach Carroll.
Going for the jugular, tell me the importance of those last, not 1, but 2 touchdowns you scored.
Yeah, the sequences have just been on fire. You know, we've had a chance, and we've really gone for it, and we've been able to make some plays and move the ball down the field. The big turnover really made a difference. That would have changed things a little bit. We're really playing up, you know, and you can tell the guys are really pumped up about this.
Now, Penn State has a pretty good defense. What has been the key for Mark Sanchez being able to just dismantle?
It starts with pass protection. You know, we're giving them a chance. The guys are running good routes, making some plays. Damian Williams had just a spectacular first half.
All right, thanks a lot, Coach.
Stay tuned now for the Pontiac Performance Halftime Show from the Rose Bowl. Big John Saunders, Craig James, Doug Flutie, and Keyshawn Johnson. After this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Big, hey, happy holidays. Snowball's phone. Snowball doesn't have AT&T, so no bars out here at the Winter Cottage. So we didn't get your call warning us about the heat wave that's coming right about now. You know, the one that's going to turn me into a big puddle of buttons and carrot sticks. Well, thanks for stacking me high and tight, kids. See you next year. Okay, kids?
Switch to the network with the best coverage, AT&T. More bars in more places. Now get 50% off all LG phones.
This is the moment the players will remember, the moment the fans came to see, the moment that will be reported on the news. But it takes more than what happens in this moment to define a great coach. The 2008 Liberty Mutual Coach of the Year, honoring coaches for their commitment on the field, in the classroom, and in the community. Congratulations to this year's winners.
MGD 64.
I'll have 64 calories of Bud Light.
$12 ounces, 64 calories. MGD 64. As light as it gets.
Critics are calling The Spirit exhilarating. Samuel L. Jackson's marvelous.
Me and The Spirit, we like to party all night.
Scarlett Johansson is deliciously funny, and Eva Mendes is hot. The Spirit, rated PG-13, now playing in theaters.
Birds do it, bees do it, goldfish in the privacy of bowls do it. Let's do it, let's fall in love. Let's fall in love. Let's fall in love.
ABC's Desperate Housewives. All new Sunday, 9/8 Central on ABC.
The year-end sell-a-thon is on, and the clock is ticking. These are the final days to get some amazing deals. Now, extended through January 5th, get up to $6,000 cash allowance on 2008 models. Plus, get a no extra charge DVD on select Chrysler, Jeep, and Dodge vehicles. And we have hundreds of financing options available, so we're making it easier to get the new vehicle you want. The Chrysler, Jeep, and Dodge year-end sell-a-thon is on at your local dealer, so hurry in before time runs out.
The Kings and the Pistons, Friday at 5 on News 10.
Welcome, everyone, to the Pontiac Performance Halftime Report. Time now for a listen to the Trojan Marching Band, led by their director, Dr. Arthur C. Bartner. listen to the Trojan Marching Band. Welcome back to the Pontiac Performance Halftime Report. John Saunders, Craig James, Doug Flutie, and the gentleman to my right is our NFL analyst and colleague, Keyshawn Johnson. He has some pretty good memories from this game. Keyshawn, take you back to 1996. You were the Rose Bowl MVP, 12 catches, 216 yards, and a touchdown. Tell us about the memories of that game.
Well, you know, the one thing that I wanted to leave here was the fact that it was my senior year. It was the last game I ever wear a cardinal and gold uniform. I've been part of this university for 29 years. So I wanted, anytime I walked in the stadium, I wanted to be able to say I had a great game when I played here.
Observations of the first half.
Well, you know, it was a little shaky in the first half of the first quarter. You know, I was over there talking to some of the ex-Trojans and Willie McGinnis, and we were looking at each other at 7-7, said, uh-oh, we got to start going. But then, you know, we're traditionally a second-half football team, second-quarter type football team, and we poured it on there in the end.
Yeah, I tell you who's pouring it on, Mark Sanchez. You know, there are a lot of questions about whether or not Steve Sarkisian, now that he's going to be gone, would he be distracted? Forget about that. Steve Sarkisian was hot. You talk about making throws. Sometimes when he didn't even know where the receiver was, he knew the area the ball was supposed to go to. This is the third time in his career Sanchez has both rushed and thrown for a touchdown pass. He's doing it all, especially on third down. Penn State hasn't allowed this many points in the game this season, and they've given up 31 here. So this is a crazy performance by USC and Mark Sanchez. I am very impressed with his poise, his composure. He's made plays on third down. Penn State hasn't made third down plays, and they're losing.
What I was impressed with, the times that Penn State did get pressure on him, he anticipated, threw early, threw a great comeback route where he got pressure, had to get rid of the ball early. A couple throws where the ball just came out when it had to come out, put some touch on it, and then drilled those balls in the seats.
You know what,
as
Keith?
well.
You know what, for me, when I watch USC on this game in the Rose Bowl, John, we've been doing this a long time out here on these games. Every time they come out, USC on this grass is like the grass blades become the allies.
Except when we play UCLA, that is true. But I think the one thing that we have to understand here is that they have to continue to keep going. If they allow Penn State to run the ball well, mix things up in the passing game like the first quarter, they can. I know it's a long stretch, but they can find themselves back in this football game.
Who's the number one team in the country?
Oh, come on now, hands down, Fred. That's a setup question.
I mentioned you held the Rose Bowl record, but if you look at the halftime stats, might be in jeopardy.
In jeopardy, you know, he's at 7 catches, 127 yards. So Damon Williams is close, but I don't think he'll get it because we'll take that foot off the throat of the Penn State Nittany Lions.
Well, congratulations on being inducted into the Rose Bowl Hall of Fame.
Thank you.
And we enjoy working with you on ESPN as well. Of course, Keyshawn Johnson, part of the National Football League coverage on ESPN, and a very happy Trojan right now. Stick around. When we come back, we'll take a look at the rest of the bowl games that were played earlier this afternoon before the granddaddy of the ball on the Pontiac Performance Halftime Report.
The Pontiac Performance Halftime Report, brought to you by Pontiac. Vote now for the Pontiac Game-Changing Performance of the Year at Pontiac.com/NCAA. Buffalo is a finalist for the Pontiac Game-Changing Performance of the Year.
Willie rolls to the right. He throws into the end zone. Ball up in the air. It is caught. Touchdown. The Bulls win. Do you believe it?
It's up to the fans to help decide if the Bulls will win this year's award and the general scholarship contribution from Pontiac. Go to Pontiac.com/NCAA to vote and help determine the winner of the Pontiac Game-Changing Performance of the Year.
It goes 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds, making it faster than a BMW 550i, and it's more fuel efficient on the highway. The Pontiac G8 GT. Made by GM. Surprised?
Or get a 2009 Pontiac G8 starting at $25,479 during the Buick Pontiac GMC Red Tag event. Plus, get the best coverage in America. Hurry! Red Tag event ends January 5th.
What if we could choose students with the highest character, intellect, talent, and a drive for the greater good? Students whose grades and SATs tell only a fraction of their story. What if we could choose students who could go anywhere? At USC, we can and do choose these students. In turn, they've made this university better, rising farther and faster than any other in national rankings. For that, we'd like to say thank you.
You're welcome.
If you have a dream to make it come true, you gotta keep yourself believing in you, so don't give
back to the Pontiac Performance Halftime Report, where right now a rout is on USC, looking great as they usually do on the field of the Rose Bowl once again here in 2009, the 95th Rose Bowl. John Saunders, Craig James, and Doug Flutie. Other games played today, including right here on ABC, the Capital One Bowl in Orlando, Florida. Georgia facing Michigan State. And in this one, Matthew Stafford would have a terrific day, as would the marching band director, Richard Bundy of Penn State.
Two different styles, though. Two different styles. But you do
Stafford had a heck of a second half, though. He was 14 of 17 in the second half, 3 touchdown passes. Georgia took over just the second half of this ball.
That one, and no Sean Marino hauls it in as Georgia knocks off Michigan State 24-12, the final there. Meanwhile, Clemson facing Nebraska in the Gator Bowl. Cullen Harper will hit a diving Aaron Kelly in the end zone for the score. Clemson up 14-3.
You know, it looked like the Dabo Swinney and Clemson Tigers were really going to get after them. They were up 21-10, really in control of this football game. But Joe Gans threw for 236 yards and 2 touchdowns, including one here, to help bring the Huskers back.
This one to Todd Peterson. And then the Huskers' Alex Henry looking at a 28-yard field goal for the Nebraska win.
You know what? And Nebraska's defense, the black shirts, I'm going to call them that today. They earned it today, just 4 yards rushing by Clemson's vaunted ground attack.
Outback Bowl, Steve Spurrier and the Gamecocks facing Iowa. Iowa is the only team thus far to have beaten Penn State this year. Richard Stanzi to Trey Strauss.
You know, Stanzi's a leader on that team. He's a physical runner with the football. Has really led them the second half of the season. They've played very well. But South Carolina turned the ball over 5 times, 3 interceptions, Stephen Garcia.
You're very impressed with Iowa, too. You know, this is a football team that was down and out in the Big Ten, but they hanged and stayed the course. Sean Green really picked it up the season. They win 6 of their final 7 games after starting 3-3. Kirk Ferentz, great job.
Sean Green announced after the game, by the way, he is going to the National Football League next year. Now, Penn State's defense giving up these 31 points in the first half. This is a huge surprise. Look at what they've done in their first 12 games this year. 12 points per game. 31 in the first half against USC. What do they have to do to stop the bleeding?
Okay, you know what's on my mind, though? I'm going to tell you what's on my mind. I watched and did the game when USC lost to Oregon State, and they've really tried to come back the whole way. Now, what Pete Carroll has been preaching and professing is that his football team is great, and they can only control their destiny through the Pac-10, win that and go to the Rose Bowl. We're a great football team, Pete Carroll's been saying. They deserve to be considered as a national champion. If we had the opportunity to watch USC go out and play Florida, Oklahoma, Texas, any of those once-beaten teams, who's to say they're not the best?
Oh, I agree. They're at that level, but they slip up that one time a year, every year, whether it was UCLA, Stanford, or this year. You know, it's the Oregon State game, so it's that one slip-up that's killing them every year. You talk about second half adjustments, so Penn State has to find a way to pressure these guys, maybe take some risks, play a little man coverage, and hope you can get to the quarterback and make some plays. But USC is just so darn talented.
They're talented, but I was very impressed with Penn State. They came out early in the game. They weathered the storm in the first quarter. The Big Ten looked good out here. The Big Ten's not overpowered here. They can run. They've got athletes in space. The difference is Mark Sanchez. End of the day, Mark Sanchez is the best player on USC and the football field.
I agree. Darrell Clark was playing well, making plays. Penalties were killing him early.
There's no question there will be a lot of people out there wondering with this score if USC is not the best team and they're not playing in the national championship game. Stick around. When we come back, we will have more of the Penn State marching band. Brent Musburg will be back with Kirk Herbstreit, and they'll be joined by Keyshawn Johnson. Second half coming up.
They come with a 5-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, roadside assistance, and 1 year of the safety and security of OnStar. Buick, Pontiac, GMC. All made by GM. Surprised?
Just announced. Get 3.9% APR financing for 60 months, plus $2,500 bonus cash on an 08 Sierra. Or get $8,000 total cash back. Hurry. Offer ends January 5th.
10 elite universities, stretching across 4 western states. Steeped in the values of academic excellence, driven by the mission of being the nation's premier athletic conference. The destination for student athletes competing at the highest level. The Pac-10, the Conference of Champions.
We're changing the world.
One kid at a time.
Because every kid is special.
At ISEP public charter schools in LA,
we all graduate.
Half of the kids that attend Los Angeles public schools drop out rather than graduate.
Less than 1 in 10 South Los Angeles 9th graders receive a college degree. I'm going to college.
I'm going to college.
I'm going to college.
I'm going to college. At ISEP public charter schools, 100% of us get accepted to college.
I'm prepared to succeed.
We are
the change.
Just wait and see.
To learn more, visit isepla.org.
Thank you, City, ESPN, and the Tournament of Roses for supporting ISEP public charter schools.
Part of the great pageantry here at the Rose Bowl, the performance by the two bands. And let's take you down to the Penn State Blue Band now, directed by O. Richard Bundy. USC with a big lead here at the half, and we'll return for the second half after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
The Pontiac Performance Halftime Report, brought to you by Pontiac. Vote now for the Pontiac Game-Changing Performance of the Year at Pontiac.com/NCAA.
Welcome to the News 10 Rose Bowl Halftime Report. I'm Christina Mendonça. What better way to start than our own entry in the Rose Parade? The city of Roseville won the Governor's Award in its debut appearance in the parade. The float honored Roseville's railroad heritage, complete with a steam engine. Beautiful. Sacramento's first ever New Year's Eve ball drop is being called a huge success by organizers, but some partygoers say things got a little rowdy. Take a look at the crowd last night. More than 10,000 people jammed the streets near 10th and K. There were a handful of arrests, mostly for drinking in public. Organizers say they will make this an annual event, but next year they'll add more porta potties and more security. Well, there's a New Year's surprise for you. A Stockton man says he heard gunfire at midnight, then a pinging noise on his roof. When he checked for damage, he found a bullet on the top of his mobile home. Had the bullet come all the way through the roof, it would have landed at the feet of Ray Brudernich, a retired cop. New Year's snow heading for Tahoe. Greg Lalka has more on what we can expect. Greg?
Yeah, we do have some wet weather, Christina, coming in. Much more Sierra event. Let's take a look at our weather computer. Microcast takes us into the future. Friday at 6, you could see up over a foot of new snow in the higher elevations near Tahoe. You combine that with some pretty strong winds up to 30 miles per hour steady. Going to have even stronger gusts. That's why we have some advisories to tell you about. And 80 and 50 traveling over the mountains could be troublesome tomorrow. We'll talk more about this at 6 tonight. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Find your perfect gift. Like the 5-star crash safety rated Acura MDX at the Drive Home for the Holidays event. Celebrate the season with low finance and lease offers. Visit your Acura dealer or shopacura.com.
It doesn't take much to make someone's morning, especially when you can get McDonald's Savory Sausage Biscuit or Toasty Sausage McMuffin for just $1.29.
The guy in the sectional is a little flat.
Come in now for great savings. Comfort, it's what we do. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries.
Join our clique, news10.net.
Back live at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, and I guess a bowl by any other name couldn't be as sweet. This is the granddaddy, the Rose Bowl game presented by Citi. The first half belonged completely to USC, 31-7. Mamaluga coming out, Herbie, for his last half. The senior linebacker, great senior linebacker. Let's go to our Southwest Airlines playbook here.
Where do we start? Where do we start with USC and what they've been able to do in this football game? And this is our access technology. And Mark Sanchez, early in his football game, had a read and a throw. He's going to look off to his left to try to keep the safety committed to that side of the field, knowing full well that he wants to come back to the right because, again, he has the seam. We've seen this throw a number of times in the first half. The read is great, looks off the defense, comes back and finds Damian Williams. One of the many times he split the defense and found open space. Great throw, and again, outstanding execution.
Look who gets the ball to start the second half.
Oh, man.
Through the end zone, it'll come out on the 20. And let's take a look at Herbie's coaching adjustments brought to you by Home Depot.
How do you? What would yours be for Penn State? That's show some pride here.
That's what Joe Pau just told me.
Okay.
Show some pride.
There you go.
Got it right there.
There you go. Play hard. Play a full football game. You cannot allow yourself to be embarrassed. And for USC, you're not going to see them let up. If you're familiar with USC, you know that Pete Carroll will continue to go after this Penn State defense, and they'll continue to try to do everything that they can to put points on the board.
Maybe a couple of football people told me that the corners cannot play off this far against these receivers. They're too good and too talented.
The problem is if they come up, then the receivers go by them.
Completes his first throw of the second half. Ronald Johnson, sophomore from Muskegon.
I mean, Penn State is a cover 3 defense. They're predominantly a zone defense. They'll mix in some zone pressures, but because you play a cover 3 defense, and we've talked about this, and we'll show you more in the second half what we mean by that, but you are exposing yourself, if a quarterback has time, to the vertical passing game, to the skinny post, and that's where Mark has had most of his success.
The aerial show continues. Great grab. But the point that the football men, the scouts, made to me when I was out in back and went down to see Joe Paul is that they're just giving them so much of a cushion that these guys can turn to the sideline, as Williams did there. They can come back into the front, and they said that USC looks at a lot more bump and run against the Pac-10 than they have here.
Yeah, I think the football men might have that as a maybe an adjustment, but I think if you're looking at what Penn State is doing, typically, I think they're concerned.
Now we're tightening up.
3rd and short, 3rd and 1, they got to get tight. But I think they're concerned about the speed, just the speed of going right, a quick move and around them. It's just not what, if that's not what you do, then it's tough to make that adjustment and all of a sudden do that for Tom Bradley. They've got to continue to try to hope that their plan works. And, you know, the big thing is forget the secondary is getting exposed right now. But, Brent, the defensive line is really getting exposed. Mark Sanchez has had a number of times where he's just sitting back there reading the defense and having time to throw. You've got to somehow get some pressure on Sanchez.
Joe McKnight injured and out, so Stephon Johnson, number 13, and Gable will be the running backs. And busted play, and Sanchez makes the most out of it. Let's go down below now to Lisa.
Well, Brent, I was speaking to Penn State wide receivers coach Mike McCreary as he was coming out of the locker room, and as Kirk said, you know, where do you start? And he said, look, we just told our guys that we've got to keep our poise. We did things in that first half, stupid things that we didn't do all year long with the penalties. As you guys already know, Joe Paterno did not come down to the locker room to talk to the guys, but he did send them a message. He told them to play Penn State football. Guys?
And that has not been the case so far in this game, making far too many mistakes. 7 penalties, 62 yards. Turn it over after a 35-yard gain. Have a 45-yard run called back. First down, Johnson.
Let's not forget what USC has been able to do here. I mean, we could talk a lot about Penn State's miscues, but I think when you're overmatched in certain areas, you press and you do some things that are uncharacteristic. But SC, their first possession was a 3-and-out. And after that, touchdown, touchdown, field goal, touchdown, touchdown. And the adjustment that they made early was forget about playing this game in a phone booth. Let's get this game to the outside where we have the big advantage with our receivers and our quarterback throwing the football.
Tried to blitz. Sanchez steps away. High, incomplete. Patrick Turner, the receiver, working the near sideline. Sanchez upset that he got that way too high. What's your feeling about Mark Sanchez, and what do you think the scouts will come back? What will they say about Mark? I know you've talked to a lot of folks.
Yeah, I think Mark Sanchez will have the option to really evaluate himself and think about his future, because he's every bit as talented physically as any of these other quarterbacks that might be coming out this year into the draft. But I think if you talk to Mark, he still feels that he can develop and improve. And when you look at around him, almost everybody returns to this offense with the exception of Patrick Turner.
Gable brought down beautifully by Josh Hull. The junior from Millhelm, Pennsylvania, comes roaring in for a big stop.
That's a big play there. And here's a DirecTV Ultimate Picture Cam. The penetration we just talked about is essential to these linebackers having a chance to make a play. You eat up the blocks up front with the defensive line, and then you have Hall and Bowman and Sales that have to be able to get the penetration. That time Hall was able to do that, and now you put Sanchez into an uncomfortable 3rd and 15 situation.
USC 7 of 9 on 3rd downs here today. This one's a toughie. 15 yards he needs. Got a receiver open. And hit him, but it's short of the first down.
Wow, what a
Williams
spot.
again.
Look at the spot that he got. Sure is. With Damian Williams. You know, he had a separated shoulder against UCLA. There's some people wondering how much would he be able to play in this football game. We saw him at practice. He looked pretty good. But all of a sudden, he is healthy, and he is showing on a huge stage that he's one of the top receivers in the country. The timing, outstanding. He took a shot there on the shoulder and comes up. They got a favorable spot, that's for sure. Pretty much a no-brainer what Pete Carroll does here.
You think?
With a smile. You don't just go for it, you go for it with a smile.
Sanchez might just crawl in behind Christopher O'Dowd. He's all Pac-10 center. Byers, Hever the guards. quick count, first down.
But going back to your question, Brent, about Sanchez and his future, obviously he'll eventually be in the NFL. And I just really believe that because the entire offense comes back again without Patrick Turner, it allows him a chance to continue to grow, continue to develop. And if you ask him, he would tell you there's still some areas that he feels that he can improve.
They've been nicked a little bit on that sneak, huh?
Little push there with the sneak, pushed off that right foot. It might have tweaked his calf. Looked like he was trying to stretch it out.
Gable, the running back. Toss with Gable, trying to get to the short side, and it's clogged up, and he makes the most out of it. They tore it away down there on the sideline. Tony Davis coming away with the football.
The only thing that could prevent this from being a fumble, of course, is if Gable is backside, touched the ground before the ball came out.
Did not. That is a clean fumble. Davis did a great job, and Gable's going to be back in the doghouse. Remember, I told you earlier, he fumbled on the first series against UCLA. Ball is ripped free in the air. Davis has got it. Timeout.
I decided to redecorate our living room. But no matter what I did, something didn't feel right. And then I figured it out. It wasn't the room.
What?
So I used the cash I got back to redecorate my husband.
Earn unlimited cash back with your City Cash Returns card to make every dollar count. Whatever your story is, your City Cash Returns card can help you write it, because City never sleeps.
The all-new Nissan Z. It's here.
You want to dance? What you got?
Want to get away? Now you can. With Southwest Airlines Internet Specials, you can fly to destinations nationwide for just $49 to $99. Purchased by January 19th. Low fares, no hidden fees.
Tuesday, Scrubs premieres on ABC.
Are you happy? A little bit.
That's right, Scrubs premieres Tuesday, 9/8 Central on ABC.
Wrong.
No, really. ABC Scrubs premieres Tuesday, 9/8 Central.
Awesome.
On ABC.
The ruling on the field is confirmed. First down, Penn State. Play will resume after the media timeout.
Rogers Redding, the coordinator of officials for the SEC, is up here. He confirmed it even earlier. He said, that's a fumble, guys.
Well, first you confirmed it with that definitive. Oh, yeah, that baby's out. And Rogers comes in.
Well, we do like drama. We don't want it to end the first series of the third quarter.
Hey, never count the Lions out,
Here we
right?
go now.
Here they go.
For pride, there's no question. Stephon Green. This is the key replay, and I think you folks can see this clearly at home, that the ball was out.
And it looks like Josh Gaines, the captain, in there stripping that football. Got to attack. I mean, if you're a Penn State player, you're the quarterback, Darryl Clark. Never give up. Keep attacking downfield. Got to make plays.
Royster out with a knee injury. Clark going to try, wants a block from Lawler. Lawler saw the player coming in behind, and Clark wanted him to move downfield.
Well, then he starts to run, and he wants to pick up a block. You got to remember, you're not playing Purdue. I mean, when you point, you better take off, Darryl Clark. Look at Clay Matthews coming from behind to chase you down. He runs a 4.5 coming off the edge. So Darryl Clark has great speed, but so does Clay Matthews, who chased him down rather easily.
USC has pitched 8 second-half shutouts this season. 3rd and 5. Plenty of time. Steps away. Into trouble now. Throws. Got it. And he finally found Williams. Wow. Derek Williams had a little daylight, and this is perhaps the best throw of the game under pressure.
An outstanding throw. Clark showing again the presence there, but Matthews does not give up on the play. But what I was impressed with is not just Clark throwing the football, but the strength to be able to be running backwards away from Matthews and then to throw an accurate ball downfield towards the sideline as Matthews is closing in on you for the second straight play.
That's a scary sight, too, with that hair cover.
We saw that at the
Here comes Clark with that option look, keeps it, and takes a lick from Mays. Mays moving up from center field. He's another of the youngsters who's going to have his future evaluated. He's a junior. The family's a little bit torn. He's a little bit short of a degree. His mom definitely wants him to come back. And Pops, who played in the National Football League, was telling me the other day, well, we're going to take a few days off after this game, let him get his breath, and then we'll talk.
Is it allowed? Are you allowed to look that good in your uniform?
No.
I mean, there should be a rule.
No.
He's 6'3", 235 pounds, and he runs a 4.28. He's the fastest player on the USC roster. It's against the rules.
And around now, Derek slips. Derek slipped on the 40.
It's going to put more pressure here on Daryl Clark again to execute on a third down and on that offensive line. This is usually where Pete Carroll, Nick Holt work their magic when they get these teams in the Rose Bowl into third down situations. There's Nick Holt, the defensive coordinator. And Pete Carroll, as good as you're going to find, at creating havoc on third down. See where they bring the pressure.
Havoc, that's their middle name. Battling in, throws underneath to Green, well short of the first down. Mawaluga picking up the running back. Mawaluga almost certain to go somewhere in the first round of the next NFL draft.
This is a small thing, but again, accuracy important. Throw the ball in front of Green. If you throw it in front of Green, he catches the ball, and it's man coverage. He's able to maybe turn the corner, at least have a chance. But by coming back to the football, Ray Mawaluga way too fast and easily makes the play on Green.
Down 31-7, why not? Got to go for it. Coming off the edge. They've got him from the blind side. Caught by Norwood and steps out of bounds, but it's short of the first down. USC football. That was young Everson Griffin closing in from the backside. The sophomore who lost his starting job after the Oregon State game, but he'll be the starter next year.
It looked like he almost knew the snap count. He got off so well. He guessed right, he got the pressure, and of course Penn State comes up short here.
We'll take a timeout.
Small. Big. Minimum. Maximum. A lot. For a little.
Nissan Versa, 34 mpg and the largest passenger interior volume in its class for under $10,000.
Ever come across somebody you shouldn't have messed with?
Critics are praising Gran Torino as prime vintage Eastwood.
Get off my lawn.
And the National Board of Review has honored Clint Eastwood as the best actor of the year. Gran Torino, rated R. Now playing in select cities. Opens everywhere January 9th.
World peace. Pony. Supermodel.
He's gonna throw that change away when you get double the beef for only 89 cents.
Double the beef.
Change the way you see change. The cheesy double beef burrito. Double the beef for only 89 cents. Why pay more?
Page 96, there are 26 cats in a show. Use the equation on page 337 to find out how many.
Something big is happening on your birthday. Because this year, we're inviting you to join us at one of our parks on your birthday, absolutely free. So log on to register your birthday at DisneyParks.com. What will you celebrate?
The Rose Bowl game presented by Citi on ABC. Brought to you by Citi. Citi never sleeps. Disney Parks. What will you celebrate? Gillette. Look, feel, and be your best with Gillette's full lineup of men's grooming products. And Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees.
Inside the famed tournament house here in Pasadena. Just a beautiful presentation. You go back in history and all the great things of this committee. All these volunteers, they deserve a big round of applause. The volunteers who make this Rose Bowl possible year after year. Johnson explodes for 11 yards on first down.
Well, with Gable fumbling the football, you know Johnson's going to get more carries. And with Joe McKnight out of the football game, the 13 will get quite a few carries.
How many of you out there would like to see, if USC hangs on here, how many of you would like to see USC play the winner of the Oklahoma-Florida game? Raise your hands.
The whole booth up here, the whole stadium.
I thought so.
Everybody up here. That's called a +1, my friends. We all want to see that.
6 minutes. Johnson stopped at the line of scrimmage this time.
Imagine that. Imagine USC looking like this. Winner of the Oklahoma-Florida game a week later.
And that's going to be another, well, that will be a great football.
It'll be a war. It's going to be a war. Last two Heisman quarterbacks going head-to-head. Good look at Penn State's defense and the struggles here today. Out in the Rose Bowl against this SC offense that is healthy, clicking.
Second down and 9 for Sanchez and the Trojans. Three-step slant. Got it beautifully, Patrick Turner.
When Penn State goes back to look at the tape of this football game, they're going to see that the slant, and they're especially going to see that the post, both the same concept, movement towards from the outside, coming into the inside. It has been there all day for number 6, and he's taken full advantage of it.
Sanchez has now thrown for 309 yards.
Do we know the record for passing yards?
Got to go back
because it's about to be broken.
Ron Vanderkelten.
If they keep him in the game. Oh, it's 309. The record is
first and 10. Williams goes in motion. Complete underneath. Well, the record was set against Penn State. Danny O'Neal threw for 456 yards.
In a losing effort.
In a losing effort.
Yeah.
But frequently, as you know, the losing quarterback will throw. You look at
trying to get back
yards in the NFL, they're trying to get back in the game a lot.
Yeah. Just depends on if Mark Sanchez wants to stay in this game and if they want to keep him in the game, because at this pace, he's going to have a shot.
Williams has 147 of those yards. Running right straight ahead, and there is Mark Tyler, Wendell's son, redshirt freshman, missed last year because of an injury, and he has a fine upside. There's a flag thrown on the near side.
Before the snap, false start, number 86 on the offense, 5-yard penalty. It remains second down.
You know, back in 1976, and I would guess that our friend Dick Vermeil certainly remembers what Pops did in that game. Wendell Tyler ran wild, and Vermeil and UCLA, they'd lost a regular season game against Ohio State and Woody Hayes. They came out and won 23-10, and Wendell Tyler rushed 21 times for 172 yards in that game. 3 steps, outside drop. One of the few drops that we've had today, because Bowman, he rattled Williams' cage, didn't he? Fine football player. Navarro, only a sophomore. He'll be on most of the all Big Ten teams next year.
Think about the Big Ten Conference and what it's been through over the course of the last 5 or 6 years in bowl games. Really the one chance you have as a conference to kind of flex your muscles and show what you can do. And they have been struggling, especially in the high-profile bowl games. And this one will be added to the list.
3rd and 11. Drops it off underneath, lets the rush in. Johnson will not get the first down. Set the screen pass with the running back. And the punting team trots onto the field. Greg Wojnik. That's their second punt. And we'll see Williams again going back deep. Derek Williams, he'll touch it again. Or maybe he won't. Get on into the end zone, and there is a penalty flag.
We had Penn State. It looked like they had about 14 or 15 guys on the field. Guys trying to get on and off the field. And I don't know if it was that or if it's offsides or what it might be. But there's a lot of confusion there. I think Penn State may be expecting USC to go for it there. But had a lot of players running off the field when the ball was snapped. You can't do that. Oh, it looks like it's on SC. By that reaction.
There was a substitution violation on the offense. They went straight to the line and snapped the ball. That penalty is declined. It'll be Penn State ball on the 20, 1st and 10.
Wow.
But you counted 14 Lions.
There were a lot of guys on that field. 4 of them were on the field. Maybe that's why he's so mad.
It's all competitor, folks. Timeout.
You put your foot down and it just goes. It's kind of saying, "Rrr." The Hemi did it. I love it. It's awesome. Yeah! That Hemi hits hard. Bam! Boom! Truck just kicked into gear. I completely forgot I was pulling a trailer. Handles amazing. It was a smooth ride. Fantastic. That's how we roll.
All season long, Gillette and ESPN asked you to show us your game face, and we want to thank everyone who submitted their photos. Congratulations to Dustin Derrick from Fort Utah, the winner of the 2008 Show Us Your Game Face sweepstakes. Dustin won a once-in-a-lifetime trip for 4 to ESPN Studios and a Gillette EA Sports Xbox prize package. Visit GilletteGameFace.com to see this season's game faces and look for the Gillette Game Face program next season.
It's gonna be a late one, people.
What a bummer, dude. Now you won't be able to watch me on DirecTV tonight.
Relax, Red. I can easily set my home DVR to record you right from here. Done.
Wow.
You know, you're a little scary up close.
With DirecTV, you can easily set your home DVR from any cell phone or computer. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
We welcome you back to the 95th Rose Bowl game presented by Citi. Well, folks, Roger's Redding, the coordinator of officials for the SEC, straightened me out on this. When the offense jumps out like this, you have got to give the defense time. There were, what, 15 guys out there?
16 or 17.
No, but
they were all over that call.
So you've got to give the defense time. And he tried to trick him.
It worked.
But it'll be Nittany Lion ball coming out from the 20-yard line. Evan Royster lost with a knee injury. Now Brandon Beecham, the true freshman, on the field, throwing in underneath the bracket. Lucian out on the field, guard. So some of the youngsters. Landolt is still out there. Cadogan. And there you see a sophomore from Lawrenceville, New Jersey. Brett Brackett will be one of the main receivers for the Nittany Lions next year. 2nd down and 5 for Darrell Clark. Clark has thrown for 145 yards here today, and Sanchez, of course, red hot with 318 yards. Yeah, caught him moving. There's a penalty flag. Beacham's first carry of the game. Freshman, as you pointed out, Herbie, to our audience in the first half from Youngstown, Ohio.
Just like his quarterback, Darrell Clark.
Offsides on the defense, number 26. That penalty will be declined. Play results in a 1st down.
Will Harris.
It's amazing to think this defense has 6 3-year starters. Of course, one of them not playing Ellison. That's why you see Will Harris out there. But the knowledge of this defense allows them to play so fast. 9 defenders invited to play in all-star games. 5 to the Senior Bowl, 4 to the East-West Shrine.
Got 24 unanswered points by the Trojans. Penn State tied it at 7, and now wide open. Butler inside the 30 with a nice run after the catch. Dion Butler, the senior from Woolbridge, Virginia.
Dion Butler has come into this football game to compete. He's the fastest receiver that the Penn State Nittany Lion offense has. He looks like he keeps that right knee up, and then he just won't stop. I mean, we saw that in the first half from number 3 in white. Makes the catch. Look at the right knee. He may have touched. He may have touched. Nonetheless, if they go back and look at it, the effort is what I think you have to appreciate. They're going to go up and take a look. Looks like the right knee did touch.
The previous play is under further review.
Should take it back to the 40-yard line, which should be allowed. He's trying to say, come on, man, help me out here. Right knee, Brent. Looks like it touches the ground.
That's when you plead for the NFL rules.
Yeah. But Butler coming off the huge game against Michigan State where he had 3 catches and 133 yards.
Speaking of the NFL, could you believe that 4 road teams are underdogs in the first round of the playoffs of the NFL?
You got to keep me up to pace on that. Is that the
unbelievable?
Is that the deal?
Yeah, I mean the favorites are the road teams. The home teams are the underdogs.
So we have the Colts favored over the Chargers.
They're going in slight favorite. Yeah. Eagles are favored up in Minnesota. Okay. Ravens go down to Miami.
After review, the Penn State receiver's knee was down after the catch. Therefore, the ball will be placed at the 40-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10, Penn State.
So that now makes it a 27-yard game. The other one, Atlanta. Going in. What a year Matt Ryan has had.
Flacco and Matt Ryan.
2 rookie quarterbacks.
Step it out. This is when I really get excited to watch the NFL.
This is when
it starts
totally
to get really good.
You take those Rascals to the playoffs now.
Now it's go time.
1st down and 10. Green back in as the running back. With 3 yards on that crease, and Mawaluga playing his final game for the Trojans, number 58. There you have it. A total of 3 touchdowns allowed in the second half. No team has scored against Ken Norton's linebackers and the Holt's defensive front and secondary. No team has scored more than 7 points in the second half against these guys. That's how stout this defense has been.
The adjustments are legendary from Pete Carroll every year, but especially this year with this group.
2nd and 7. Hand fighting their way in. Finds strike to the 15-yard line. Penalty flag. Penalty flag on the play. Norwood
head-to-head there. I think he got the better shot on Kevin Thomas, his own player. He got both guys. And it takes a lot of courage to come into the middle of that defense, knowing that Taylor Mays is going to come in and take a shot on you.
And Norwood is obviously shaken up here. We'll take a look at this. And
The ruling on the play was an incomplete pass. There was a personal foul on the defense, helmet-to-helmet contact, number 2. That'll be a 15-yard penalty from the previous spot, automatic first down.
Keep in mind, Taylor May's 6'3", 235 pounds here as Norwood comes to the middle of this defense.
Oh my goodness.
That's why the rule is there. And I appreciate these safeties wanting to be aggressive, but that's exactly, you see it in the NFL on Sundays. You just can't do that. Cannot lead with your head when a receiver like that is unprotected. I'm very happy to see Norwood up from that hit from Taylor Mays.
1st and 10 after the penalty. Green, crease. Bangs across the 15-yard line, close to another first down.
Nice job here by this offensive line. Being able to get it pushed there. You see the big tight end, Corliss. And there's Green. I mean, Green has come in here. He's played some football this year. Coming into the night, he's averaged about 5.5 yards a carry, 521 yards on the year, but he's done a nice job picking up the place here of Evan Royster.
So we reached the end of the 3rd quarter and this presentation of the Rose Bowl game presented by Citi. We'll be back with the 4th after this message and a word from our ABC station.
It's time saving energy costs less. It's time guaranteed low prices got even lower. At the Home Depot, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items throughout the store, including energy-efficient ones like appliances and insulation. So come in now and find out how saving money today can save you even more later. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Oh, it's got like toolboxes.
It's a Ram box.
That's pretty freaking cool.
You know, you need that space. Put some fishing poles in there, shovels and hammers and stuff.
Go, 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 go!
I can't believe they let us do that.
Tuesday, it's the comedy about highly focused medical professionals.
You seen a new administrative assistant?
For some reason, whenever I see a pretty girl for the first time, I always imagine her hair blowing in slow-mo.
Sometimes a little too focused.
Damn, my psyche.
ABC Scrubs. All new episodes premiering Tuesday, 9/8 Central. Part of Bring in the New Week on ABC.
Kings and the Pistons, Friday at 5 on News 10.
I got one cold cardboard special, fake cheese, greasy little pepperonis. It's $15 plus my tip.
Don't settle for this. Get a pizza loaded with pepperoni, sausage, mushrooms, and black olives you bake when you want. Now get a large cowboy pizza for just $9.99. Handmade, home-baked. That's Papa Murphy's. We can do that.
Thanks to your generous donations to News 10's Codes for Kids, we are now ready to make those codes available to families in need. If you or someone you know needs a code, join us for News 10's Codes for Kids Distribution Day. All ages are welcome. You only need one form of ID for each person to receive codes for your entire family. Come to Cal Expo in Sacramento or the Salvation Army locations in Stockton, Modesto, Fairfield, Antioch, Roseville, Lodi, or Yuba City. Friday, January 2nd from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. for News 10's Codes for Kids.
We welcome you back to the 95th Rose Bowl game presented by Citi. One of the great ceremonies is the induction of the new Hall of Famers this year, a class of 3. You probably recognize Keyshawn Johnson, who also works with us at ESPN over on the right. That's Chuck Ortman, great star with Michigan in the middle. And Virgil Luberton there on the left was a long-time manager. Started back in 1972. He's now retired, living in Iowa. Chuck Ortman, who was the star for the Wolverines in a win, lives at the Landings in Savannah. And, of course, Keyshawn Johnson, you see him everywhere now. He'll be on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday with Chris Berman. They'll be talking about those 4 playoff games that we mentioned. Here is Lawler, the fullback, his first carry for the first down.
What's interesting at this point in this football game, USC comfortable lead, but we keep talking about how SC is shut out 8 of their 12 opponents in the second half, and don't think right now that's not on the minds of Nick Holt, Pete Carroll, and the USC defense. I mean, you talk about competition and competing, and that's really what they pride themselves on. They're well aware of that, and they want to try to keep the Lions out of this end zone.
Darrell Clark scored the Lions' only touchdown on a quarterback draw. They have a first down at the 10-yard line. Going to take off to the right as he got a block down at fumble. Scooped up by the Trojans. Moala, the big defensive tackle.
Sure, they'll take a peek at this. It looked like the possibility as Moore was chasing down Clark from behind. Looked like a possibility of his knee touching. Let's take a real good look here.
He might be down.
Yeah, it looks like he's down. How about the speed of Kyle Moore coming from behind to chase him down? And the ball comes out.
We'll take a break while they review it. I think there's at least a 50% chance that they'll turn that one over, but we'll see.
The kids have been wanting to go to the safari theme park since last summer. So we used our City Cash Returns card to buy the tickets and stuff. It was great to get close to the animals, but not that close. Luckily, we used the cash we got back to help pay for some body work.
Earn unlimited cash back with your City Cash Returns card to make every dollar count. Whatever your story is, your City Cash Returns card can help you write it, because City never sleeps.
What can I get you? MGD 64. Got it?
Oh, I'll have 64 calories of a Michelob Ultra.
Okay. We got food, we got burgers, we got dogs, we got salad.
12 ounces, 64 calories. MGD 64. As light as it gets.
What's up, players?
From the guys who brought you Superbad.
We are going to hunt these guys down.
So exciting.
Kick out the window. I think I pulled my groin.
Seth Rogen, James Franco.
Thug life.
Pineapple Express. On Blu-ray High Def and 2-disc DVD January 6th.
Kevin Moriarty's wife wanted to switch car insurance. We'll save a couple $100, she said. He said fine and forgot about it. Until today. As he reached for his insurance card, he wondered who his new cut rate company was. Imagine his relief when he saw it was Allstate. Drivers who switched recently saved an average of $353 a year. Cut your price, not your coverage. That's Allstate stand. Are you in good hands?
Behind this door lies the first patient they may not want to save.
I think this is a waste of time.
I agree with Yank.
It's inhumane.
ABC's Grey's Anatomy. All new next Thursday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
After review, the Penn State runner knee was down at the 5-yard line. Therefore, we will have second down and goal at the 5.
So the Nittany Lions are saved by instant replay, and you can take a look at this, and it does appear, Kirk, like he was down.
No doubt. No doubt. But what you have to appreciate about USC, chasing him down, trying to get to him.
Nothing easy.
No, they do not want to let him in the end zone.
Okay. Second and goal. I'm sure one of those backers is watching for the quarterback draw. Run it to the short side, and he's short of the end zone. Third down coming up.
It's one thing to have speed. It's another thing to have knowledge and experience that allows you to even play faster. So defense keeps saying it, but they lost 5 guys from last year's defense, 3 in the first round. And yet here, this year, with 9 senior starters, and Taylor Mays you throw in there, these guys are just a veteran group, and that's why you see the pride when Penn State gets down inside here, and you see that nasty attitude.
They're going to put Clark back in the gun. Williams split way out to the left. top of your screen. Rolling. Throw. Got Williams. That's where they split him way out, and the Nittany Lions with the 4th second-half touchdown against the Trojans in 13 games. Oh, my.
You have to appreciate, we keep talking about USC's pride, but Penn State showing a little bit of pride themselves by driving this ball down deep into USC territory. Williams actually knocks back Will Harris before the ball's in the air to find a little bit of an opening in that end zone, and once he makes the catch, he gets hit pretty good, but holds on to the football.
Second on the extra point, Kevin Kelly. You're watching the 95th Rose Bowl, presented by Citi on ABC.
So, with this controller, your character will mimic your exact motions. See?
Sweet.
Now throw me a pitch, just like we're outside.
You're out. That ends the inning. Next up, shortstop.
Want to get away? Now you can. With Southwest Airlines Internet Specials, you can fly to destinations nationwide for just $49 to $99. Purchased by January 19th. Low fares, no hidden fees.
Connect to everything you love in life in a bold new way. Introducing BlackBerry Bold. As beautiful as it is powerful.
They come with a 5-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty, roadside assistance, and 1 year of the safety and security of OnStar. Buick, Pontiac, GMC. All made by GM. Surprised?
Just announced. Get 3.9% APR financing for 60 months, plus $2,500 bonus cash on an 08 Sierra. Or get $8,000 total cash back. Hurry. Offer ends January 5th.
Premiering Tuesday on ABC, a new series about the heroes who keep us safe at home.
They have nothing to be afraid of anymore. We did our job today.
ABC's Homeland Security USA premieres Tuesday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
This ESPN telecast available in high definition on ABC HD. Well, right after the kickoff, speaking of high definition, we got a high-octane Hall of Famer joining us, Keyshawn Johnson. A lot of folks around Evanston, Herbie, remember what he did.
I know you do. I know you do.
At the goal line. And Gable is short of the 20-yard line. So, Keyshawn, again, congratulations on being added to the Rose Bowl Hall of Fame. 216 yards. That's a wonderful accomplishment.
Yeah. No, it really is. Thanks a lot, and thank you too, Kurt. Absolutely. I just, watching this right now here at the Rose Bowl brings back memories. I mean, it's getting a little close, so I'm getting a little nervous, and I'm trying to talk to you guys that watch the game at the same time. But for me, it's an exciting moment in time in my career. It allowed me to put a stamp on it at the end of the day for me in my college career, and just understanding exactly what I needed to do.
Stick right with us here, and Herbie, we'll see. Sanchez not calling it off. He and Carroll are still going downfield with the strike. Let's go back to that game, and Keyshawn, talk about that brilliant day for yourself there for the Trojans.
Well, this was a football team that had come into Los Angeles, and it was a Cinderella story, the purple stadium, and everyone was talking about Northwestern and not much about us. And we felt a little disrespected, and we wanted to go out with a bang, most of our seniors, and we wanted to leave this city in awe of what could happen for the Trojan Nation down the line.
First down and 10 here, Herbie, and there we've got some movement and a penalty flag.
Key, what's it like being back around the college atmosphere? I mean, you worked so hard on the NFL game, but You and I both know the college game and the NFL game is so different. What's it like to be back in the energy?
Well, it's interesting. You know, this is fun. In the NFL, things are about money. It's economics. And when you look at college, you're just out there. You're playing for education. You're playing to have fun. You're playing to make money. Where in the NFL, Brent, there's an investment for the owners. They're investing in players to put them in Super Bowls to fill the seats. So it's totally different in college football.
So after the 5-yard penalty, down the middle again, and he's got him slipped, is Turner.
I'm going to talk with Key about this play because we have seen Turner, we've seen Williams, we've seen all these guys have an ability. Here's the DirecTV Ultimate Picture Cam. Hitting the seam against his cover 3 look, it's like pitch and catch for Sanchez with his receiver.
If he throws in rhythm and the wide receiver steps on the toes right there of the defender and closes his cushion, get inside of him, and Sanchez throws that ball in rhythm, can't stop it at all.
And Guy Sanchez now is 26 of 33, 350 yards and 3 touchdowns. First down and 10. And I know, Herbie, you've talked about all these great players. We want to ask Keyshawn. Sanchez got wide open. Touchdown, USC. Ronald Johnson. 45-yard touchdown.
Scarrato, safety in the middle, for some reason bites up. McCoy, the tight end, is there, but look at this. Of all the players, USC has had a field day. This time it's Rojo, Ronald Johnson getting behind, but Scarrato, who's had a rough outing today for this Penn State secondary, out of position. Another easy throw for Mark Sanchez.
Keyshawn, these guys are playing like they might want to play the winner of the Oklahoma-Florida game.
Well, they could be playing that in that game if it wasn't for Oregon State.
That's right. We'll come right back with Kirk Herbstreit and Keyshawn in a moment.
This crossover has more cargo space than the Honda Pilot or Toyota Highlander. And they can't beat its fuel economy with an EPA estimated 24 miles per gallon highway. The Chevy Traverse, America's best crossover. Made by GM. Surprised? Now during the Red Tag event, buy this Traverse 1LT for around $29 grand. Hurry, this surprising value won't last long. See your local Chevy dealer.
What's G? It's the emblem of a warrior. It's the swagger of an athlete, a champion, and a dynasty. It's gifted, golden, genuine, and glorious. It is a lowercase God. It's the GOAT. Ha ha. The greatest of all time. What's G? It is the heart, hustle, and soul of the game. That's G.
The Rose Bowl game presented by Citi on ABC. Brought to you by Citi. Citi never sleeps. Chevy, an American revolution. Taco Bell, think outside the bun. And the Home Depot, you can do it, we can help.
Well, USC well on its way to a 3rd consecutive Rose Bowl victory here. 2 years ago, it was Michigan. A year ago, Illinois. And now it is Penn State feeling the sting of this Pete Carroll coach dynasty out here in Southern California. Ball on the tee now for Beeler. Williams is going to come out. Short of the 20, and guys, let's go back
You know, just a simple stutter go move on a bootleg action, and the corner is looking in the backfield. You can't look into the backfield, Kurt, on a play action, and that's exactly what this corner touchdown.
The corner was confused. In this case, it's Hunt, but also we talked about the safeties. I mean, the safeties, look at Scarrato, even Rubin, there's hesitation, and that's where you have a great running game complemented by the play action and the athletic ability of Sanchez. It just is putting too much pressure on the secondary today for Penn State.
Sanchez now with 405 yards. That's a USC Rose Bowl record. Clark back in the gun. Going to go deep down the middle. Incomplete. Now, all-time was Danny O'Neal, Keyshawn, 456 yards, but he threw 61 times. Sanchez has thrown only 34.
Well, right. Close. You get bonus points, right? I mean, you see the Pac-10, you see USC. If they hold up here, 9 straight. What's ironic coming into this game, the average margin of victory was 25 points in 8 straight. Look at it right now. 25 points again. I mean, what is the difference between, in your mind, I think we all know the answer, the Pac-10, especially USC, and when they take on a Big Ten team?
Well, I think you look at the speed first and foremost. We run a pro-style offense and defense here at USC, and a lot of our guys, they get ready for the NFL for that simple reason. But when you look at teams across the country, that's not what they're doing. We're recruiting kids in Southern California or California in general. We're grabbing the best players in other states. We're going to New Jersey. We're going to Arkansas, grabbing transfers, and that's how we're building this program.
A couple of questions. That was Stephon Green, incidentally, a couple of yards. Keyshawn, I'd like to know how it is that Pete Carroll has been able to put together a dynasty. Now, USC's always been good. Let's make no mistake, one of the best in the country. But, I mean, when you look back at this body of work by this coaching staff over the last 7 years, it's one of the greatest stretches of any school in history.
Well, you have to buy into the system. And I think Pete Carroll has sold the system, and anytime you're a good salesman, that's what you have to do. You have to sell something. He's sold the University of Southern California. He sold USC. He sold the idea of, guys, you can graduate. You can go on and be successful in the National Football League if you're successful in college. And if not, you can come back to USC, finish up school. Those are all the sort of things that he's selling to his recruits. Not only that, he's a good person in general.
The thing I've been impressed with, you see the dominance there. The most impressive thing to me, and this is a challenge for every great coach and every great program, is to not allow complacency and the focus on the individual goals, like getting to the league. It's not eroded this program. They keep that on the back burner until it's their time to go. That's the most impressive thing.
Well, I think that is the case. Sometimes you guys will get away. Your Mike Williams, your Wayne Jarrett's, they'll get away. But I think when you talk about the things that's going on with this program, it's just teaching them, if you play at the level that we're asking you to, then you'll be successful and you'll have an opportunity to get that money.
We saw Cushing in on another play, along with Will Harris on that. Keyshawn, I want, because we talk about the great talent, and I know that you have an idea after this play, we want to put up a graphic where you think some of these Trojans will be drafted. I know that you follow the NFL closely, and how high the bulk of these defensive stars might go in the next draft as Clark tries to throw it downfield, and Butler makes a fine play. And let's take another replay look at this one.
Well, this young man has been making plays this entire game for Penn State. Really, the one area that has shined is when number 3's been able to make plays. He sets him up to the inside, comes back. Actually, Harris loses him, and once the corner loses him, Clark delivers the football, takes the shot at the end, and it's another shot up high, this time by Clay Matthews, who seems like he's been in the backfield of Penn State the entire game.
That's a 35-yard gain. We see that Graham Zug, number 5, is out to the left. Dion averaging 30 yards a catch here today. Clark coming down the near side, incomplete and out of bounds. Now we go to Keyshawn's list and tell us about it.
Well, I think you got it right. I think Ray is a number 1 pick. Clay Matthews will probably have climbed his way up to the 2nd round. Brian Cushing, depending on how he'll test, will depend where he goes. I think Kevin Ellison, he's probably a 2nd, 3rd round guy there. And as you go down, I think Patrick Turner has the ability, and he's played well the second half of this football season, has the ability, depending on how well he runs, to climb into the middle of that 2nd round, high 3rd round type situation for himself.
2nd down and 10. Here is Green. breaks free. Great speed. Can't split the last two defenders. And he's down at the 15-yard line. Herbie, take a look at this one.
Yeah, this offensive line hasn't had very many moments like this, but it started in the backfield. Watch him be able to slip off of a tackler. In this case, it's Matthews. And then that's the acceleration that Green can bring to this offense. You have Royster coming back next year, and also Green coming back to this Penn State offense. Once he got away from Matthews, it was great blocking downfield, especially at the second level.
And, you know, with USC in the talent level, there's some juniors that's talking about coming out of school. I'm not a strong advocate of juniors going into the NFL.
Why is that?
Well, because, first of all, they really can't help a football team. They're young and they need to stay in school.
Clark in zone, got a man open, and he missed him. He had Brett Brackett down there, and he could have run up 6.
Brackett slides down the sideline. You see him. He's coming right towards you. Williams breaks to the inside. Little wheel route down the sideline. And Clark, anticipating Brackett being open, just overthrows him.
Keyshawn, what's your feeling about Daryl Clark as you watch him against this great defense?
Well, I think this defense is one of the best in college football's history. It'll go down as one of those defenses, and I think he's done a tremendous job at times of getting his receivers the football. You have to have balance against USC. You have to run the football like an Oregon State and then put the football in the air. So right now for him, he's doing a pretty good job.
There's Williams. Hit him with that quick pass outside. Mayava's played just an outstanding game. It's so nice because he doesn't get the publicity that Mawaluga and Cushing get, and it's nice to see him.
Well, I had a chance to talk to him at practice the other day, and I told him to cut his hair.
Oh, did you?
I cut that hair. He says, "Oh, this is what gives me my power."
I bet you didn't talk to
Tell Ray that?
No, I left him alone. He's a little big.
3rd down and 3, and that's the fullback. That was Lawler. Danny Lawler gets his 2nd carry of the game. But a timeout. Before that snap, see, Petey sees it. He sees it. Give me a timeout. Give me a timeout.
Pete having fun out there.
Yeah. So we'll take a break and be right back.
It's the time of your life. You don't want to miss out right here and now. There's so many reasons why.
When you think about it, there's so much in life worth celebrating. And this year, you're invited to join us at one of our parks on your birthday, absolutely free. Register your birthday now at DisneyParks.com. What will you celebrate at the place where dreams come true?
It gets an EPA estimated 37 miles per gallon highway. More than Corolla, more than Civic DX. The Chevy Cobalt XFE. Made by GM. Surprised? Now during the Red Tag event, buy this Cobalt XFE for under $13,700. Or just announced, qualified buyers get 3.9% APR on any 09 Cobalt.
You want to dance? What you got?
Want to get away? Now you can. With Southwest Airlines Internet Specials, you can fly to destinations nationwide for just $49 to $99. Purchased by January 19th. Low fares, no hidden fees.
Well, a reminder that Sunday NFL Countdown presented by IBM on both Saturday and Sunday with the playoffs coming, 11 a.m. Eastern. Host Chris Berman, all those analysts, Mike Ditka, Tom Jackson, Steve Young, Chris Carter, and, of course, Keyshawn Johnson has been added to that team, and they'll give you all the insight as we approach doubleheader Saturday and doubleheader Sunday. And here is Clark on a pitch to Green, and he is knocked down by you-know-who. Number 58, Ray Mamaluga.
About the speed of this defense, and here's a great look at number 58. And can you look at him close in on this?
I mean, he just plays with flat-out speed all the time. And look at Pete. Oh yeah, go get him.
They sent Kevin Kelly out. the field goal specialist here. So they're going to let him attempt to tack on 3 points at the Rose Bowl. 7:27 to go, 25-yard field goal. He's been a fine kicker. And this is his last game, so that means a lot. And Keyshawn, thanks for dropping by.
No problem, anytime.
Good luck with those Rascals over the weekend.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Right, congrats.
We'll be right back.
It received a 2009 Best Resale Value Award from Kelley Blue Books, KBB.com, and it was awarded a top safety pick by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. The Cadillac CTS, made by GM. Surprised? Here's something else amazing. At the first ever Cadillac Red Tag event, the price on the tag is the price you pay. Like a 2009 CTS for under $36,500. That's a total value of over $4,400. Visit your local Cadillac dealer.
On January 16th,
Happy Valentine's Day.
Prepare for a bloody good time. My Bloody Valentine 3D, rated R, in theaters January 16th.
You gotta one-up me again, huh? What? Well, for one, you can't have a regular Gordita Crunch. You had to add bacon and cheddar.
No, bacon and cheddar makes it better.
Okay, and two, this is a work league. So Daryl Dawkins and Bloody Devot work in your office?
They're interns.
Crunchy, chewy, cheesy is now unstoppable with bacon and cheddar. Taco Bell's new Bacon Cheddar Gordita Crunch. Think outside the bun.
When this restaurant wanted to add on to their benefits package to help attract new employees, they knew exactly who to have at the table. Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Sunday, the kickoff to the Housewives' 100th episode event begins.
I'm going to do what I have to make sure my family is safe.
ABC's Desperate Housewives, all new Sunday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
We welcome you back to Pasadena as we take a look at our City Rose Bowl game summary. And you can see that 24-point second quarter. That appeared to doom the Nittany Lions there. Scoreless third quarter, Herbie, and then the Nittany Lions have outscored them here in the second half, 10-7. This is the most points that this defense has given up in the second half.
Unacceptable.
Everybody was expecting the onside kick, and this is fielded by Johnson. Ronald Johnson steps out of bounds. And folks, help decide the Pontiac game-changing performance of the year. Go to ESPN.com, search Pontiac to vote. There's 4 marvelous plays in there. Of course, Herbie, I know the one that you and I are biased toward because we were there that night in Lubbock.
Yep.
When Michael Crabtree, with a second to go, cost Texas a shot at the Big 12 championship, and then perhaps a berth in the
absolutely
in the BCS championship.
And maybe
that's
Colt,
how big that.
Maybe Colt McCoy, the Heisman Trophy. A number of things were settled on that one play.
Sanchez is still there, and a fine play by Bowman. Here it is, Herbie. No, you'll never forget this.
This was amazing. Just the clock's running down. You're going to think he's going to go out of bounds. I mean, this is one of those plays 15, 20, 30 years from now. If you saw it, you'll never forget where you were or the impact of that game as the Red Raiders all of a sudden became a huge story, and not just the Big 12, but the whole nation.
So again, to go back on how the conferences are faring in the bowl games, the Pac-10 about to go 5-0, and they will be the winner based on winning percentage, and no one else can wind up with 3 games and be batting 1,000. The SEC lost today. South Carolina beaten by Iowa.
In my opinion, Brent, with non-conference scheduling heading in a direction that I think most of us as fans don't like to see. I mean, you rarely get to see those great intersectional games. It seems to me the bowl games are the chance for conferences to really show where they stand. Right. Some of them take advantage of it, some of them don't.
We'll take a break and be right back.
I decided to redecorate our living room. But no matter what I did, something didn't feel right.
What?
So I used the cash I got back to redecorate my husband.
Earn unlimited cash back with your City Cash Returns card to make every dollar count. Whatever your story is, your City Cash Returns card can help you write it, because City never sleeps.
It gets an EPA estimated 20 miles per gallon city. Better than this Mini Cooper. The luxury 8-passenger Cadillac Escalade Hybrid. Made by GM. Surprised? The Hybrid is just the latest addition to the legendary Escalade family. Qualified buyers can get 1.9% APR GMAC financing for 60 months, plus $3,250 bonus cash on all new 2008 Cadillac Escalade non-hybrid models. Offer ends January 5th.
With Kirk Herbstreit and Lisa Salters, I'm Brett Musburger. It's always an honor to come and broadcast the Rose Bowl game. Herbie, I know that you feel about this venue just like I do. There is nothing better. I know that USC is about to become the first school ever to win 3 straight Rose Bowl games as they close in, having beaten Michigan and Illinois, and now it'll be Penn State. Stephon Johnson. And, you know, a lot of coaches have tried through the years, but only Pete Carroll's been able to win 3 in a row. John McKay, Woody Hayes, Pappy Waldorf, Bo Schembechler, Don James, and now it'll be Pete Carroll, and might have won 4 in a row, except for a fellow by the name of Vince Young.
You run out of things to say about Pete Carroll and USC. It's like watching Tiger Woods play golf. I mean, they're just so dominant. This will be 9 straight games. They've now beaten the Big Ten by an average margin of 25 points. As I said, it was by an average margin of 25 points coming into tonight's game with 8 straight. So they decided to match that number tonight just for fun to make it now 9 straight.
This is a 4th down punt coming up. Under pressure, Woodnick gets it off, and they're going to let this one roll down.
You know, we had a lot of fun at the director's dinner the other night. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen, Cloris Leachman.
That was wonderful.
Dancing with the Stars. Look at my man Brent.
That was my first shot to dance with a real star. Huh? What a gracious lady.
You were out there. We thought maybe one dance. You waited in line like a 13-year-old, about 5 deep, and we thought he's going to get impatient. But no. You waited the 20 minutes to get your turn.
You know who's laughing the most? My wife, Arlene.
But you waited your turn. You got into position. And then you went, we thought he's not going to go for one dance. Sure enough, you did the one dance. Then they went a little bit of up-tempo on you. Yeah. And you did the second dance. And you guys just had a great time. And by the way, Dancing with the Stars.
Here comes Williams now.
Which she was a huge hit on the last series. It starts again. Season 8 will be coming to ABC on Monday, March 9th. So I don't know if you want to. I don't know if you want to look at my man here. You should have seen him now. I mean, here is a candidate if I've ever seen one.
They had
Get
that
my man
wonderful Napa wine down for me, and that made it all fun.
I mean, you were going slow, you were going fast.
Herbie, I'll get you. Yeah, it'll be next season, but I'll get you, my friend. There's Corliss, the fine tight end, picking up another first down. So the first team to score more than 7, as we told you a short time ago, in any second half. 13 games in. Herbie, it's just unbelievable what they have accomplished. Screen, and they misfire on it.
I think the biggest difference, we keep talking about SC versus the Big Ten. The thing that I see, and I think people miss this, they think it's speed, as in just the receivers and the skill of these teams. I see a difference in the speed of the linebackers, the defensive linemen, the offensive linemen. When I say there's a difference in speed between USC and the Big Ten, that's where I see it. I mean, that's where there's a huge upside, huge advantage for the Trojans against these teams they face.
2nd and 10 now for Clark. open. Norwood. Remember that hit he took earlier? That helmet to helmet. Back out there with the reception, picking up the first down. Mays. That time made the stop again.
They took another hit here. It's a veteran group of wide receivers that Penn State will be losing. Derek Williams, Deion Butler, and Jordan Norwood. And Norwood here takes a blast and just keeps going. And ends up taking another big shot.
Here comes Green. Good balance. He's slipping coming through that line. Cushing wrestling him down. Inside that 5-yard line, though.
A nice burst. About 195 pounds, freshman out of the Bronx. Looks like he's down now.
That would be the second running back to go down. Evan Royster injured his left knee in the first half early in this game and has not returned. Royster had carried 6 times for 34 yards when he was injured, and now it's Stephon Green, and that would be Brandon Beecham coming back. And so a reminder to all to stay tuned after the game for Americans' funniest home videos over most of these ABC stations, and of course over on ESPN there'll be a SportsCenter football special, and we'll hear from the coaches and some of the players. We'll have highlights from all of the bowl action today. Am I right? Nebraska?
Did Nebraska end up?
Did they get a win over Clemson? Yes. George Hill and Brian Movelson, they've been in charge of following those games for us. We want to thank them. And how about your guy Darren Brown over here?
Doing a heck of a job.
He done a heck of a job. He helped me with the bus driver negotiate a couple times.
That's his wheelhouse. Any kind of negotiations.
Ooh. A little short. That's fog coming in, is it? Did somebody tell me the other night that there was a serious fog in San Diego? Did Chris say that?
Yeah. I mentioned that. Right, it said about 5 or 10 minutes right after the game.
Right after the game, after the Holiday Bowl that they broadcast down there. Big win for Oregon in the Pac-10, and there was a movement down in the trenches. Now this has been some bowl season for the Pac-10. Tom Hansen's last year as commissioner. We certainly
number 64 on the offense, 5-yard penalty. It remains second down.
We want to wish he and his wife nothing but the best in their retirement.
Yep.
He's been a great friend through the years.
What a way to go out with this conference.
5-0.
5-0 in bowl games. You can't beat that.
And second down. Slant. And the receiver fell. Was he pushed? Incomplete. No flag down.
USC that time just playing straight man coverage.
That's Pinker. Remember the coaches told us that he played very, very well.
Yeah, a senior who has battled through so many injuries. Tore his ACL in his left leg, came back, battled through that, tore his ACL in his right leg, battled through that. He's had a lot of injuries, but his senior year showing the NFL and more importantly helping his team be a complete defense opposite of Kerry Harris, who's a solid corner.
3rd and 8 now for Clark and the Nittany Lions. There was movement, it looked, by that defensive lineman. There's the flag, throws it in for a touchdown. Norwood caught it. I thought the defensive lineman jumped, but we'll let them sort this out. If it was, it's a touchdown, and the Nittany Lions playing much better in the second half.
Offside, number 93 on the defense. That penalty will be declined. Touchdown.
That's Everson Griffin. He timed one perfectly in the first half, but not this time.
Not this time. Free play for Darryl Clark. And again, for the second time here in this second half, not only do they score a touchdown, but they have success throwing to Clark's left. It's a nice move by Norwood, who the coaches would tell you, of the group of receivers, is probably the best route runner. And he finds a little seam there, comes up with a score.
Well, the Bowl Cup Challenge standings, we Pac-10, you can see unbeaten coming into this game, about to go 5-0. And again, it's based on percentage. So that would crown them the champion. The Big East, 3-1, Conference USA and Big 12, SEC all playing well.
I think you got to look at the Big 12 there. Sitting at 3-1, still 3 games left. Really, I mean, I know we're caught up in the Pac-10 and for good reason. They get 5-0, but I can't tell you how many times you and I did radio shows throughout the year and heard people say, "Oh, the Big 12's overrated. It's average offense and terrible defense." And so far, still a long way to go. So far, they're showing that
somebody actually said average offense.
Yeah, I heard that a lot.
You got to be kidding.
I heard it was. Even defense, guys on our own air would say the defenses are horrendous. And it's just
I can see wondering about the defenses, okay, because Oklahoma State didn't hold up against Oregon,
right?
And I can honestly listen to that chatter.
Yeah, you don't like the chatter about the?
Well, they're just plain wrong about the offense.
Of course,
I mean, it's not even close.
Right.
I mean, they've got great running backs,
great
wide
quarterbacks,
receivers, and the best quarterbacks in the country.
Maybe we've ever seen, top to bottom.
I think, Kirby, now a lot of people will probably disagree with me as Kelly kicks this off. It's a 14-point margin right now. It goes in. I'm starting to think that quarterbacks may be more important in the college game than they are in the NFL.
Yeah.
I'm not putting them down.
No, it's the system.
Yeah.
It's the way the game's evolved.
And a reminder, we'll all be watching this in April now. The Majesty of Augusta. And again, the first and second round coverage of the Masters will come in April on ESPN. Now, I believe I was told by the executives that they will show it live during the afternoon and come back at night. So many people who are working love to see the replay of it that night.
I was
what went on at Augusta. I mean, I always did that.
Last April, ESPN did a great job of getting wall-to-wall coverage. And it's great to see a Masters promo. That means we're really close to getting out of the winter, at least getting there.
Coming underneath to Adam Goodman handling the ball. And, it's an interesting question, Harvey, because with Keyshawn up here, we talked about first-round draft choices with USC. But as you look across the board with Penn State, I see some offensive linemen that may go high.
Yeah, I mean, you see some linemen. I mean, this is a veteran group. Derek Williams, Deion Butler, Jordan Norwood, the receivers, they're all going to get looks in the league. But on defense, most of these guys all come back with the exception of Aaron Mabin, who's a defensive end who has to make a decision. Todd McShay feels that Aaron Mabin is one of the top defensive players out there. I look at that and I see a lot of great players, but with Aaron Mabin, and just my opinion, he's got a lot of growing to do physically and just maturing. We just talked about that with Keyshawn Johnson. He's only a sophomore, redshirt sophomore.
I totally agree about Mabin. Having been up close to him in a practice field, he would be making a huge mistake. Yeah. A huge mistake. He needs to develop and grow a little bit more. I don't think some of these youngsters know how physical that is at the next level, or what they're stepping into. Is the timeout has been called by the Trojans. I mean, I hate to see the youngsters leave early, and I got to tell you who I think is really underrated by a lot of the scouts, and that's Tim Tebow down in Florida. I just think the youngster is a winner in a bad organization situation. Let me take Detroit. They got the first one, right? Now, obviously, they didn't win a game. You get somebody like Tebow in there rather than a pure pocket passer, he can create so many things for you. Run when he's in trouble. You haven't got a great offensive line. I don't know what you think about Tim Tebow, but he throws well enough for me.
I think if he were built differently and didn't run over the top of safeties, people would have a better appreciation for his ability to throw. But the intangibles to me of that position,
unbelievable.
He's kind of created a new platform as far as I'm concerned when it comes to intangibles. So, Sam Bradford, there's talk about him coming out a little bit more of a prototypical NFL-style quarterback, although he'll have to learn to get under the center and take snaps. A lot of people feel that he'll come out, and between he and Matthew Stafford, the quarterback at Georgia, could be one of the first picks overall in the draft if they decide to come out.
How about these Nittany Lion fans here?
Never give up.
3-14, and they are just hanging tough. Johnson battling. You have to give the Nittany Lions a lot of credit for playing this second half with a lot of pride.
Remember my second half adjustment? Play for pride. And that's, you talked to Joe Paterno upstairs. That's the same thing that he said, and they have definitely done that. Obviously, USC has changed.
These Nittany Lion fans want another touchdown right now.
Yeah.
They want to close down here. They want to make this a 7-point game. And well, USC dominated Ohio State second week of the season. Maualuga intercepted and scored on a touchdown in the first half. They were number 1 in the country. Penn State with a tough game in Columbus. Fort Reuben forcing that fumble. And the Nittany Lions upset the Buckeyes. And then Texas Tech shocked number 1 Texas down in Lubbock that night on the Crabtree grab. Talked about Bradford leaping to the Heisman against Oklahoma State. But there's been no better symbol of effort and courage and how to play the game than Tim Tebow leading the Gators into that BCS title game. And what a dandy that figures to be now. And I tell you, I have never heard a group of fans trailing like they have been, who are as alive as these Nittany Lion fans. I mean, they want this other touchdown.
Sure do.
This one's real right now. Fair catch by Derrick. Of course, right after the game, we'll have Rose Bowl post-game coverage with John Saunders, Craig James, Doug Flutie from Pasadena. They'll have the Rose Bowl trophy presentation. They'll have the offensive and defensive MVPs. They'll make that announcement. Three minutes now for the Nittany Lions. Darryl Clark. And look at the effort on the other side. Sanchez trying to rally the troops. Right now it's a 14-point game. Hit on the release, and it's intercepted. Picked off as the receiver goes down, and it was grabbed by Will Harris.
It's a nice job here, the stunt. Clay Matthews, who again seems like he has been in the face of Darryl Clark this entire game, over the tight end, and then works to the inside, and the offensive line loses him. See him work to the inside? The back, I think, and he's a young back, Brandon Beecham, probably should have picked him up, and instead released as an outlet, allowed Matthews to get in there, and there's an opportunistic defense, seeing a ball that's tipped and somebody coming up with a catch, in this case, Will Harris.
Corliss is the receiver who slipped. Here's Stephon Johnson. And he is thrown down by A.J. Wallace.
Now, if you've watched the entire football game, I think you have to respect what Penn State has done, but also realize that the game plan and the approach from USC has changed. Up 31-7. Things changed a little bit offensively for USC. Sure, they kept attacking and kept trying to put points on the board, but not with the same severity and enthusiasm that I think they did in the first half. But in my opinion, you don't take anything away from what USC has accomplished. They've dominated this football game. With that said, you put an asterisk next to that and tip your cap to Penn State for not quitting and coming back and at least trying to make it respectable. I don't think the debate will be about USC and the AP personally. When all the bowls are over, I think if there's any debate, it's again going to be if Texas really works Ohio State and Oklahoma beats Florida. I think that would become the big debate. And how ironic, it's Texas and Oklahoma yet again, and another debate for the AP.
3rd and 8 for Sanchez. Had a 400-yard passing day, handing off to Stephon Johnson. You know, we talk about Mark Sanchez, and reminds me that here in Los Angeles, they've got almost 5 million Latinos live here, and many of them are Mexicans, and they have really elevated Mark Sanchez to star status here. He's a hero with the Mexican Americans, and I know that his father, Nick, encouraged him to take an advanced Spanish class, and that's so he could conduct interviews with the Spanish networks here. And he's closing in on another win, which would make his record 14-2 as a starter. He's just an outstanding young man.
And I talked with Steve Sarkisian a lot this month about Mark Sanchez, and he said, you know, we probably put a lot on him this year. We had an inexperienced offensive line. We weren't consistent enough running the football, put a lot on him, and it slowed his process down. But he said, as far as his physical ability, you put him in that Carson Palmer type of physical ability with the athletic ability, the arm strength. He also said mentally they do more at this point with Mark Sanchez, this is according to Steve Sarkisian, than they did with Matt Leinart or Carson Palmer, as far as checks at the line, controlling the run game, controlling the pass protection, getting in and out of plays.
Well, as for the Big Ten, they still haven't won a Rose Bowl since 1999. That's when Barry Alvarez in Wisconsin beat Stanford and Ty Willingham. Penn State came into this Rose Bowl having won 3 straight bowl games and 9 of their last 11. But Pete Carroll is about to become the first coach to win 3 consecutive Rose Bowls. Over his head. Nittany Lions with a chance here in the last 30 seconds. Cooper Stevenson.
Just a snap.
This one just a little high.
I mean, that is one of the few mistakes we've seen from USC. Stevenson just, that ball flew. That was good 4 or 5 feet. Over top of the punter, avoiding it.
Penn State without a timeout. Picking up 37 yards on that missed snap. A lot of folks in Nevada are on their feet. First down and 10. Tried to get it off. There was Matthews again and Kyle Moore. So you've got both of them. Moore number 84, Matthews 47.
They brought Maluga as well. Moore has had a great football game, and there's 47 again. Clay Matthews.
Norwood checks in. Seconds to go now. Complete to Butler, but Butler's going to be well short of the end zone. But they don't have any timeouts, sure. And Harris was there, wasn't he?
Yeah, Harris came to the outside, used the leverage to make Butler go back to the inside to keep that clock moving. Nice play there by Kerry Harris.
Here's the 3rd down. Stops the clock to give himself a 4th down here with 7 seconds to go. They'll be thrown into the end zone on this. The wheels still turning here. Remember the Rose Bowl presentation right after the game down on the field?
Clark has had some success. Last couple times they've been down here throwing to his left, finding Derek Williams and also Jordan Norwood.
Now, USC was a little bit concerned about him rolling left. They mentioned to us that they had seen on tape that he can still throw pretty well going in that direction.
Dead ball, delay of game, number 17 on the offense, 5-yard penalty. It remains 4th down.
Probably not going to change the play call here for Darrell Clark in Penn State. Again, let's see if he looks to his left. He's got Butler, who will be at the top, and Norwood in the slot.
Throws a lob to the end zone. Jump ball intercepted. Threw it up for grabs into Harris's hands. Three in a row for Pete Carroll and the USC Trojans. First time in history. Steve Sarkisian hugs his quarterback before he goes to the airport and grabs the next plane to Seattle. Mark Sanchez throwing for 413 yards here today. A USC Rose Bowl record. And a long day for the grand old man, Joe Paterno. Let's go to Lisa.
Thanks a lot, Brent. You're shivering a little bit. You just got the Gatorade. All right. Now, Coach, I know the game was pretty much out of hand, but what were you thinking when the ball went sailing over your punter's head?
I lost my mind for a moment there. But we stopped them. You know, we got out of there. Defense came through for one last time like they've done all year long. This was a great opportunity for us to have a big-time matchup and get a win. I love this win for us, and we're really thrilled about it.
So here we are, another Rose Bowl, another dominant USC performance. What was the difference, do you think, in this one?
I think the offense was on fire in the first half. I thought Mark just set the tempo. Damian Williams came through. Patrick Turner, the O-line really protected well, so we had a chance to really get moving on these guys.
It was that 24-point second quarter. How were you guys really able to just change the game?
Well, you know, I don't know. Over the years, we've hit it when all of a sudden we go, you know, and we just kept firing on all cylinders. The defense kept giving the ball back, and our guys just took advantage of it. It was really a cool burst for us.
We always talk about the speed advantage. In your mind, how did that really manifest itself tonight for you guys?
Well, I don't know about that. This is a great football team, you know, that we just played. I think our execution, throwing and catching was really there tonight. It really came through. I don't know that we outran them at all, but we certainly you saw plays on defense where our guys ran them down in some nice fashion.
Now, I know this is a hypothetical, but what would you guys give to be able to play the winner of next week's game?
You know, well, we would love to do that. I don't think anybody could beat us. You know, I just feel like that's what this team is all about. We can do whatever we need to do, and unfortunately we don't get to, but maybe someday there'll be a chance, but not now.
All right, thanks a lot, Pete. Congratulations.
See you, Lisa.
Brent.
Lisa, thank you very much. And we'll return with our Rose Bowl post-game coverage right after this message.
Great. You know, get to see these guys.
That's one latte.
Keep the change.
Whoa. You can use that change to get double the beef for only 89 cents.
Double the beef. You really just pushed a button.
Change the way you see change. Taco Bell's cheesy double beef burrito. A double portion of seasoned ground beef smothered in melty nacho cheese sauce. It's double the beef for only 89 cents.
Can I get some change, please?
Why pay more?
Drivers who recently switched to Allstate Your Choice Auto Platinum not only saved an average of $374 a year, but they also got accident forgiveness, deductible rewards, and a safe driving bonus check. Nice.
On January 16th,
Happy Valentine's Day.
Prepare for a bloody good time. My Bloody Valentine 3D, rated R, in theaters January 16th.
Tuesday on ABC. Their job, dangerous.
This is when the action starts.
The threats, real.
Oh my God, we have human skulls here.
The only thing between us and the trouble outside our borders are America's heroes.
Let's do it. Let me see your hands. Put your hands out the window.
These are the real stories of the people who protect us all.
We're defenders of our nation. I'm going to protect my own.
ABC's Homeland Security USA premieres Tuesday, 8/7 Central, part of Bringing the New Week on ABC.
Well, stay tuned after the game now for America's funniest home videos over most of these ABC stations and over on ESPN, a SportsCenter football special. Mark Sanchez, 413 yards, 4 touchdowns, and a rushing touchdown. Let's go down to Lisa.
Thanks, Brent. Mark, it seems like I ask you this question every game because you guys are always so dominant, but when did you know that this one was over?
I felt good going into halftime, but, you know, hats off to a great Penn State team. They brought it all game long. They didn't quit. You saw at the end there we were hanging on. But, you know, a solid Trojan victory. It was a total team effort. That's the way we want to send the seniors out. And, you know, we had no doubt this game that we were going to come out on top.
What was really clicking between you and Damian Williams tonight?
He's always an easy target to find. But, I mean, it wasn't just him. It was Ronald Johnson and Patrick Turner. all three of them, the tight end, getting in the mix, and Adam Goodman late. I mean, all those guys put pressure on the defense, and when you have that many weapons, it's tough to game plan against, and we exploited them today.
I'm noticing the eye black, the rest in peace. What's that about?
Garen Figueroa, he's a 15-year-old kid. He was suffering from osteosarcoma. I met him. Coach Carroll introduced me to him earlier in the season before camp started. He passed away now about a month ago. And, he was a loyal fan. I had talked to him, just about every week, let him know what's going on when we enter new stadiums and what the hotel's like. But, he was in his bed. He went quietly, and now he's in a better place.
And one last football question for you. A career night for you tonight can only make your draft stock go up. Which way are you leaning? Just between you and me.
Between me, you, and America there. I have no clue right now. I'm so happy about this game, and I just want to, this is the way we wanted to end this season. We'll wish the seniors well. For me, I don't know what the future lies, but this is too fun. I just got to celebrate.
You got to be leaning one way or the other.
I don't think so right now. I don't know how I could leave all this. It's so fun. I'd love to do it all over again, so we'll see.
All right, thanks a lot, Mark, and congratulations to you.
Happy New Year.
Guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the presentation of the Rose Bowl trophy, so let's go down below now to John Saunders. John.
Brent, thanks a lot. First of all, I want to recognize Lisa Barrett from Citibank. Thanks for being here. Second of all, I want to congratulate the Penn State Nittany Lions on an outstanding season. Now I'd like to introduce the president of the 2009 Tournament of Roses, Corky Conceneri. Presentation of the Rose Bowl Championship Trophy to Pete Carroll, head coach of USC.
Okay. Coach Carroll, on behalf of the Tournament of Roses, I want to congratulate you on your victory in the 95th annual Rose Bowl game. Congratulations.
Wow.
Pick it up now. Oh, look.
The whole team is rocking the podium here. When you joined me up here, I said, this is 3 years in a row. This is getting a little old. Not old for you.
No way. This is one of the great opportunities for any college program to play in the best bowl game there is. We're thrilled to be representing the conference and to have a chance to come in here and beat such an extraordinary football team as Penn State and Coach Paterno. We're really proud of it and really thrilled about it.
What is it about this experience that your team comes so jacked up year after year to come and want to put a pasting on the Big Ten?
Well, first off, these guys love playing in this event. I know people try to say everything but that, but we practice great the whole preparation. They love representing here in California. It's a fantastic opportunity for every one of them, and so they just don't miss a trick, and they just get all pumped up for it.
You're not going to get a chance to, but what if you had to face Oklahoma or Florida? How do you see the outcome?
Well, in all due respect, those are two great programs. I don't think anybody can beat the Trojans this year.
Okay, we're going to bring in the Offensive Player of the Year, Mark Sanchez. Mark, come on over here. 413 passing yards. That is a career high. You had a Rose Bowl record, 82% completion performance. Again, I'll ask the same question I asked Coach. What is it about the Rose Bowl that brings out the best in you guys?
We had that whole month to prepare. It's a testament to our coaches, to our team. The coaches got us prepared. The team bought into the game plan. We brought our energy like we always do, and we wanted to kick off the new year with a bang. I think we did that.
I heard you talking briefly with Lisa Salters about whether or not you'd make a decision to go pro, but the Rose Bowl next year is for the national championship game. Wouldn't you like to be back here and try and win a national championship?
First of all, I want to celebrate this victory with my team. But as for next year, I could not want to be here again. This is so special. I want to be a part of it.
All right, you take your trophy. I say be careful because it's in two pieces. All right, Defensive Player of the Game, Kaluga Mayava. Linebacker. Defense has been the key to this game all year.
It just shows that we're the best in the land and our defense can play with anybody, and it showed up today.
All right, congratulations. Congratulations to the USC Trojans, this year's Rose Bowl champions. Now, right now, let's join Chris Fowler, who's standing by, with Joe Paterno.
Joe, you just talked to your team. What was the message you delivered?
So keep their heads high. And we didn't play as we've played all year in the first half. A lot of foolish penalties, turn the ball over. You know, and against a team as good as Southern Cal playing as well as they were playing, it's, you know, you're going to get licked. But I was pleased, and I told them that they came back the second half, played hard, and that they had a lot to be proud of. They had a heck of a year, and I wouldn't want this thing to, you know, erase all the good things they did. And basically that was it.
How much of it was the quality of the opponent? How much of it was the penalties, execution in the secondary, things like that?
Well, both, I think. You know, we came in this ball game knowing we were playing against a very, very fine football team that could do a lot of things well. And you got to play. You know, you can't give them an advantage in any situation, in anything that goes on. And unfortunately, we did a couple of foolish things that, you know, really hurt us early, and then they got ahead, and, you know, it was just too far ahead for us to catch them.
Not to frame it as an excuse, but you did mention the layoff, 2 weeks longer for your team than SC. Typically, the Big Ten team has a longer layoff and has trouble finding the sharpness. Is that a concern you going down the line?
No, I think that would be that'd be a cop-out. I think Southern Cal deserved to win it. They played better than we did. They're an awfully fine football team. The quarterback just did a great job tonight for them. And, you know, we got licked. You know, no reason for the layoff for some of the things we did or didn't do. No, I don't think that had anything to do with it.
Joe, thanks for your time.
Okay.
Best luck in your recovery. Travel safe.
Thanks.
Brent, back to you.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. And so we bring down the curtain. We're beyond another Rose Bowl and another victory for USC. It was quite a day.
No, it's starting to become the regular season for you and I. You come out to a Rose Bowl, you watch USC, you watch somebody hold the sword, and they're in front of the band. That's what it seems like. But I give a lot of credit to the USC offense. We talked all month about the defense. And this Steve Sarkisian, last game as the offensive coordinator, made some minor adjustments. They started to attack through the air. What a huge game for Mark Sanchez. Over 400 yards throwing, 4 touchdowns without any interceptions. Just a great scheme. Great job of exploiting the Penn State secondary. It's well-deserved.
It was a special year in college football. The champions of the Big 12 are now going to play for the national champions against the best of the SEC. But here this afternoon, the USC Trojans again can hold their heads up high. If there's a better team, they'd have to prove it to the Trojans on the field. When we come back, we'll hear from John Saunders and the gang on ABC.
A guarantee used to mean something. It's what freedom is built on. So here's one. The price you pay for a Harley-Davidson Sportster is what you get back when you trade up. So let's ride.
Critics are calling The Spirit exhilarating. Samuel L. Jackson's marvelous.
Me and The Spirit, we like to party all night.
Scarlett Johansson is deliciously funny, and Eva Mendes is hot. The Spirit, rated PG-13, now playing in theaters.
If you think Geico's the cheap insurance company, then you're gonna really be confused when you hear this. Drivers who switched from Geico to Allstate saved an average of $518 a year.